Hi there. I'm Roxox. How's your day going? So today I realized it was Tuesday. I thought it was Monday originally. I was like, it's a Monday. I woke up and I was like, oh wait, no it's not, because I was able to sleep in like an hour more than normal, because today, even though I have work and it's still like 9 to 5, I get a couple hours off in the morning to go to my class, and my class doesn't start till 10. So I can sleep in until 8 o'clock. And I was like, oh yes, 8. Because I stayed up super late last night till like 2 a.m. So it barely counts as nighttime at that point. It counts as like early the next day. Because I was able to say hi to some people I haven't seen in ages. I found them in other streams that I'd never been in before, and I was like, oh my god, you're here. I haven't seen you in like months. Now, these are people that I'm sub to, and I used to spend a lot of time chatting with them and hanging out, but it's been a minute. Anywho, as exciting as that is, it was an experience, honestly. So today I've decided you can't, yeah, I'll figure that out later. But essentially what this comes down to today, I'm going to do some decorating and some DA searching. Not like I haven't made a list or anything. I'm going to do random searches because honestly I need some ideas. And the best place to go is to like random DAs. Like if anyone shows up and they want to share their DA with me and they're like, hey, I think this might be cool for you to look at, I'll give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a go to like check it out. But essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a mine, and I'm trying to finish building a little bit more of Watson's house, because Watson's house makes me feel sad. So I've had a lot of the other houses for a long period of time. Watson and Sherlock are the exceptions. However, Sherlock's house, unlike Watson's, I actually like most of the rooms. Now Sherlock still has like, I think maybe one room that I'm still kind of like, I like where you're going, but you could be better. So that one's kind of still like a wait and see where it goes, see where it ends up, kind of like mystery. However, Watson's house, because I've like given my DA out to people for them to tour it. I hate when they go into Watson's house. I'm just like, no, I should block her house off. I should make it stop. Tell them just don't go into Watson's, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're all fully decorated. Then I remember Watson's house, and I'm like, no, don't do it. The only room I liked was the main room, and even then I was kind of like, something is missing. So here we are. We're in the zone of I'm going to redecorate more of Watson's house. Now I can't fully redecorate her house. Key problem with all of it is the fact that I actually have to like get the furniture or the materials to fully decorate her house. I've gotten most. I can finish the main room. Most of the other rooms, there's still stuff I've got to get to fill in the blanks. Which kind of makes me a little sad. But I'm going to pull it off. It's going to be fine. So, essentially what we're doing today is Animal Crossing decorating, finishing off some dailies that I've got, because there are some, and also like reorganizing some things when it comes to Watson's house. I'm honestly debating like blocking off one of the rooms in her house the way I've done with Sherlock, putting a pipe in that room, and then so the only way you can get in there is through pipe, because I've done it with one of Sherlock's rooms and I've done it with one of Emma's rooms. Now Emma's you can at least look at inside her house. Sherlock and Watson's you can't. it's kind of a like, if you find it, good on you, hooray. And I'm gonna hide gnomes in there. Maybe. Maybe. It's a hard maybe. I have like a hide and go seek on my island. And I had gnomes. I had Koroks. I have a hidden Totoro. In fact, I can show you the Totoro in a minute. Because almost no one finds it this way. I'll show you the way everyone else finds it, if you want. It's the cheater's way. Because there's like 2 other easy ways I wanted to be able to get in there. Because I accidentally made a couple fully grown trees. Which is fine, because they kind of add to the aesthetic. But they're a pain in the butt. When it comes to like getting the 5 bees for the day. Or the 5 wasps. And the 2 items. Because one of them always has the wasps or the items in it. And I don't know why. I'm like, why you? Why couldn't it have been some other random tree that had it? It had to be this tree? Of all trees? Regardless, that's where it ended up with decorating. So yeah, today was an interesting day. For instance, I drink lactose-free milk because I'm lactose intolerant, and it's Zimmel milk. Now it still has an effect. I'm not like completely immune to it still causing a reaction, but it causes far less of a reaction than normal milk does. But I was reading the contents because I was curious if it just said like no lactose on the back. One of its like disclaimers is that it contains milk, and I'm like, your lactose-free milk, of course you contain milk. Why wouldn't you contain milk? Like, you are milk. You're milk. So you should contain milk. So why is this, like, I was baffled. I was baffled by the fact that you had to say it contains milk when it's milk. Like, what else would it be? Honestly, I understand maybe them being like, oh, it's soy milk, but it doesn't say anywhere on it that it's soy milk. It just says lactose-free milk, which maybe it's just a lawsuit thing. Maybe they're just trying to like avoid lawsuits by doing this. So, always an option. But recently, because it's cold season, I found these like Vicks inhaler things, like, you can see what it is? Yeah? So, like, these things, lifesaver. You can, like, they clear you up. I don't know if, like, Vicks is all around the world or if it's just here. I know I watched a comedian, and she put Vicks on her French son, and he, like, freaked out. And she did a whole sketch, like a story, in her, like, set, about how, like, he was screaming about how she was burning him, and, like, her wife freaked out because she was like, why are you hurting our son? And they both like wigged out, and I'm like, Vicks? Vicks? This Vicks? Burned you? I understand that Vicks can be a little intense sometimes, like if you put it here under your nose, or if you like don't put it into your eyes. But if you like, you put it in the right place, like it's supposed to clear you out your senses, it's supposed to have a tingle. Like, if it's not tingling, it's not doing its job properly, essentially. So, I got these, like, inhaler ones, and you can use them however many times a day, because all it's doing is you're just sniffing Vicks, essentially. Like, it like, goes into your nasal passage, and it kind of clears you out for a little bit. It usually lasts for me, like, maybe a couple hours. It just essentially, like, gets rid of my, like, runny nose or stuffy nose I've got going, so that's kind of like a discovery. I always thought it was like some kind of other thing, and then I like read what it was, and I was like, oh, so it's not just like nasal drops or something, because I have to use like a nasal puffer, because I have like, my sinuses are trash, essentially. That's the lesson in this. My health and my sinuses are garbage. Absolute total garbage. And I was worried that this might like react or do something with the nasal spray thing, because you're only supposed to do it once a day. No, this does nothing at all, because all that's in it is like Vicks. It's like, only use while you're like facing upward. Like, why would you do it any other direction, honestly? Because that's a silly idea. Because you gotta like breathe it in, and then like, It's got menthol, camphor, only contains menthol, fir needle oil, which is it's just the contents of Vicks. It essentially, that's all it is. It does, I don't know if it has a reaction with anything. Maybe if you're allergic to one of the ingredients, in which case I do not recommend trying Vicks at that point. This is not a Vicks ad. It should be one, because this stuff works. 100% guarantee and recommend Vicks. So that's its own little experiment, but I was completely sidetracked with like flavored milks, and I understand the my favorite thing about my flavored milk is that I can get it in like chocolate flavor, because half the time the like specialty ones only come in like the terrible flavors. Like, I understand a lot of people like caramel and strawberry and coffee. I don't like any of those ones. I'm a chocolate milk drinker, okay? I'm in high school. There is this like special moment if you stayed awake long enough at camp and you went into the kitchen and you managed to catch the teacher there. They'd give out chocolate milk to the lucky ducks of us who were like buddy-ish with the teachers and be like, hey, can I get a chalk milk? And they'd be like, yeah, here's a chalky milk. And you'd be like, oh my god, mind blown. Now, I was still in incredible pain in my stomach because I'm lactose intolerant and I didn't know. I just thought milk caused pain. Surprise, it doesn't. So, I was in love with like chocolate milk. And I just loved getting like a chalky milk, and so all my memories around chocolate milk are good ones. Like in primary school, we had these cards, you had to get punched, and so you had to like buy a card for like drink and food, and so I only brought them to school on Nugget Day, like Dino Nugget Day. If anyone's not had Dino Nuggets, you're missing out. So Dino Nugget Day, if you missed out on the Dino Nuggets, which they never had enough of them, you had to get the normal nuggets, which sucked. So the Dino Nuggets, and I get a chocolate milk, and I'd have my tray, and they always ran out first to the two of them, so you could see us on Dino Nugget Day, just like anxiously hyperactive. We were like in the second grade, so we were like 8 or 9 at the time. 8 and 9-year-olds, when they're like chocolate milk, Dino Nuggets, it like right before lunch, like you just see their eyes glaze over. Like they aren't there anymore. You don't have any students. You're just speaking at zombies where their brains like chocolate milk, chocolate milk, chocolate milk. Okay, so I had my cards. I actually still have. I found them a while back. I had them as a bookmark in a book. And I was like, oh my god, my old milk card. And I'm not keeping like a majority of stuff, but I've kept the one card I found of like the milk and the food. Because I'm like, I'm going to keep one of you for like posterity's sake. So I've got like a physical card. I can be like, oh my god, my card. But like any others I find down the line, I might just like decide whether or not I need to keep them. I'll keep the best quality one that I find, so if I find any others and it's like at a better quality than the one I have, I'll toss the one I found, keep that one. Anyways, I loved it. I only really did lunch on like special days, so there was a special day in my next school. So my first school had Dino Nugget Day, the second school I think had Smiley Hash Browns Day. And then my last school, they had Smiley Hash Browns, but you could only get them in the morning after they'd had major sports stuff with like the sports, because all of the sports trained in the morning, so only certain days of the week they'd have these Smiley Hash Browns in the tuck shop, which is essentially like a cafeteria, but you, like I know you pay for the cafeteria, but like you would just, like there was no card system, I don't think. You just like went in and paid cash for it. So kids would like take in a couple of bucks, they'd buy a bag of these like hash browns. They only had them for a couple of years because my school went healthy in like the 6th grade, and they brought in these terrible sausage rolls and hash browns, and everyone hated them. People were like, hell no, these hash browns suck, why did you go the healthy route? And then they brought back the not healthy ones, so they offered both. They're like, we have the healthy ones, and then we have the not healthy ones, and the not healthy ones sold out every single time, and the healthy ones were like left on the shelf, and people buy them when they're like desperate and hungry and be like, okay, fine, I'll get the like slightly more terrible sausage rolls and hash browns that aren't fun. So the smiley hash browns were the great thing from my last school. I still have a nostalgia on all these things, so when I have a chocolate milk and like toast in the morning, it just like, it brings me joy. Because I'm just like thinking of the good times with chocolate milk. And so it just like starts out my day right. So I buy chocolate milk and I'm giggling about the fact that it says contains milk in it, when I'm like, it is milk. Why is that a disclaimer? You don't see chocolate bar and it says contains chocolate on the front, like on like the ingredients, like as a big warning. Like, when you expect chocolate in a chocolate bar, you'd expect milk in a lactose-free milk. I mean, there's no lactose, but it's still milk. I don't know the process of like adding lactose to milk or taking it out, but my milk is always more expensive. So I'm a fan of chocolate milk, 100%. And the problem is, during the whole like COVID thing we had over the past year, my milk has a longer, for whatever reason, my milk lasts longer than normal milk. I think it's the lactose. Don't quote me. I have no idea what makes it last longer than normal milk. But people kept taking all of the milk I drink and the like nut spreads I use on my toast that don't contain, because they're made of nuts, not butter. They kept taking them, and I was like, people please, you guys can drink the normal stuff. I understand that you're like buying the store out and you're like saving up for the apocalypse, because that's essentially what we experienced, an apocalypse. But you don't need to take my milk. Take the someone else's. Like, do that. Take the soy milk. No one likes the soy milk anyways, except like people like soy milk. But I don't drink soy milk, so take that one. Go for it. Feel free. But people kept taking my milk anyways. I know, this is very petty problems. This is like, disclaimer, petty issues. Of all the problems to have in life, the fact that my milk was not possible to buy is low on the list of things that are wrong with the world. But I'm complaining anyways, because why the hell not? I can't. You're here. If you don't like it, feel free to find someone else with bigger problems. I'm okay with this. We got this? Good. So, my milk, they kept buying it out. And, like, all the long lives were long gone. Long gone. But my milk was next because it had longer expiry dates. Someone discovered it and, like, spread that around. And so it took ages before people stopped buying my milk. Slowly people have stopped buying it and gone back to, like, the normal chocolate milks. So I can now find my chocolate milk again in the cold section, because people like calm down, but every time there's a new lockdown or a new like outbreak, my milk just disappears. It's just like, kapoo, we're gone, bye now. And I'm like, no, come back. I miss you. Where's my milk? Like, I miss my milk. Like, my glorious, glorious milk is gone. So, another thing I was nostalgic for when I was younger was Smiggle. I don't know if this was like a worldwide thing, or if it was just like an in Australia thing, because I don't remember it from when I lived in the US. But Smiggle was huge at my school. I don't know if it was like just my school as well, or if it was like all Australian schools, but they had these like selections of very colorful stationery. It was essentially like, there's an adult-ish version of that now that came out a couple of years, like I don't know if they came out around the same time or after, but they're kind of like the cute customizable version of Smiggle but for adults. Like, all their stationery is kind of terrible. It doesn't last very long. It's not very durable. I prefer just like Bic, because Bic goes forever unless you like leave the cap off and like dunk it in water. I mean, does dunking in water help ink? But like Bic is fine for the most part. These ones, the like fine liners, dries faster than the Bic ones, which understandable. Their ink is more delicate. But Smiggle was this like stationery store, and they did these like metallic rulers, and I swear anytime something metallic drops, like big, I'm like, is that the ruler? Is it? Because the thing is, people like drop these things and they just like ring. Because half the floors in my school were like concrete with some carpet chucked over the top, and so it just like ring. You just hear this like big clang. And we had this, and they also sold these like automated erasers, so people just like loved using. They burned through that stuff. Like a packet of these eraser sticks was like $10 or $12 or something for like for like a small chunk of them. It was like a tiny amount. My mom laughed at me when I asked her if I could have one of these things, because it was like $20 for this eraser thing, and she was like, I can get you like a 3-pack for like $4 at Kmart at the beginning of the school year. Like, no, you're not getting one. The closest I came was I managed to convince her into some of the smaller, like, normal erasers that were just cute animal shapes. So she bought me like a small selection of like bears and bunnies and like a penguins. And I still have some of them because I like erased their ears off and then just like abandoned them. So they're like in a drawer down there, and I've just got a bunch of Smiggle earless bear erasers. These poor bastards. They're just doomed to like have to live with this. Anyhow, so like these poor erasers just like lost their ears in the fight for my ability to use a pencil. Because I like the feel of a pencil. I know it's like a pain in the butt, and there's this window of time where pacers got really popular. They're just like the metallic pencil, the like mechanical pencils, but we call them pacers. And so like you could find bits of just like the thing you put inside them like everywhere. They just like the case that stored them will break open in your bag, and you just open up to these tiny little bits of it, or like the abandoned bits that you like coughed out of the pacer at the end, because for whatever reason like the last like this much of the pacer would just be like, you can't write anything, tee hee hee, and you'd put in the next lead and you'd be like, oh good, that part of the lead is gone, and it just like died in the wind. It was I suppose it's kind of like a pencil, and like the last like this much of the pencil is totally useless. So the mechanical pencils, like, they weren't too bad. You could get like a pack of like 20 leads for like a couple of bucks. It wasn't a bad investment. I was able to convince my mom behind it because it was about the same price as pencils, honestly. It was so I have like a collection of pacers just chilling around. And Smiggle never really seemed to get behind them as much, like pacers. They got behind these like colored pens that like everyone had just explode in their backpack and in their bags. Like, if you saw someone like having ink out of their pencil case, you're like, that's Smiggle pen. I see it with my eyes. Dude, your pen broke. And you'd like tell them, because it was always the Smiggle pens, because there was ranges of pens. So there was these like cheapo ones that were like colors, and those things died so fast. You'd open them up and you'd take the little like plasticky bit off the top that like allow you to write with them for the first time. They did not last super long, and the ink dried inside the tube, and you could just like see the sections of the dried ink along the inside, because these things were sold in these like clear pens, so you could see the ink inside the pen because they let you see it because it's colored. It's the rainbow, and so really pretty pens, but totally pointless and irrelevant to the longer scale of life. So I still have a couple of them. I tossed most of them because they like died, and so I like every once in a while I retest like the half a dozen I have left, and once they die I like kick them out. I'm like, sorry, need the room. So I kick them out, and these poor pens. To be fair, a couple of them have lasted a long time, but I was one of those kids that was too afraid to use them. They were my fancy pens. So most of the kids I knew, they'd buy like colored ones that were like Bic or something, if they were smart, and they'd use these to highlight stuff, and then they'd get cute Smiggle like glitter ones, and they'd use that to like underline the things or like putting cute notes. And so you'd work your way through enough of these pens that it justified buying them. But most of the time, the way you got these was birthday parties. Because your parents wouldn't buy you them. However, other people's parents would buy you the packs. So Smiggles sold these like packs. They still do. And in them they come with like half a dozen pens, like a tiny ruler, a couple of erasers, and like a book. And you can mix and match them, and like there's different assorted ones with different sizes and prices. So my mom, we'd buy a couple of these for the couple of friends I had at the time, and we'd give them like a Smiggle pack. It was really simple. We'd get some stickers, we'd chuck some stickers in with it. That was their present. Kids at the age of like the 5th grade, which is when this was, the 5th and 6th, pretty easy as far as kids go. Like, just cute stationery, cute stickers. My mom paid me for my allowance up until like I was 10 in stickers and card packs. To be fair, card packs are more expensive, so I can understand the card pack one, because it was like $7 a card pack ish, 5 to 7. So she was essentially like making it was pretty decent, but it was still like expensive enough that it was like kind of an allowance. The stickers were cheap though. I actually still have a book that I filled with these stickers, and it's just like pages of Powerpuff Girls stickers and like cute glitter stickers, and I'm like, what purpose did these stickers serve? So eventually when I hit like the age of about 8 or 9, I convinced my mom into paying me in quarters if I did like small tasks. So whenever I did a couple of small like chores, she'd give me like a quarter. We don't have quarters here in Australia. This part isn't in America, so I get quarters for doing this. And I'd save them up. But fun story, I used to also take my dad's change. Now, he was away most of the year for work, but when he was there, he'd like take all his change and just dump it in a bowl, and I'd like take out the small stuff. Now, I never took any notes. I was very serious about this. I was like, people notice notes. Notes can't go missing. Like, it was only like dollar ones, but I was like, no, you only take the small change. And I only took like a third to a half of it. I never bought anything with this money. I just traded it back to my dad for notes. So I'd collect enough of it, I'd give it to Dad, and he'd give me a note for it. In the end, I don't know why I actually spent any of the... Actually, no, I think I spent a section of it on a couple of things related to my Game Boy. In the end, before we left, I think I bought a game with it. But my parents bought me the actual Game Boy, although I did pay for a chunk of one of the games, I think, in all pennies, from memory. And I feel so sorry for whoever had to suffer through this. But I got it was the Game Boy Advance, so I got a couple of Game Boy Color games and a couple of Game Boy Advance games. The Game Boy Color games I have never finished. I got these games when I was like 8 turning 9. I still haven't finished the games. I'm turning 26 this year, well 27 this year, and I still haven't finished them. And it's like Powerpuff Girl games. So there was 2 set packs. There was one that had Buttercup and Blossom in it, so it was the 2 girls, and then there was another pack that had Dexter and Bubbles in it. That one sold out. Bubbles was my favorite. Never played the Dexter game, can't tell you what the Dexter game was about, never even seen a thing of it. But I got Buttercup and Blossom. Now, these are classic platformy games where you have to find something across this whole level. So they've got levels, and you can go in and out and all around the levels. And you have to find a key to get to the next level and beat the bosses of that region. I have never, ever just never beaten this game. I don't know if I ever will. I've got it in my Game Boy box, that has all my Game Boy stuff in it, because I'm never getting rid of any of it. It just all sits there as a collection of games I haven't finished. I have a couple of games amongst all of it I've finished, or nearly finished, but they're easier Powerpuff Girl games down the line. And I briefly, I've lost a couple of games over the years. I traded in one, which I still regret trading in. But I briefly lost one of the Powerpuff Girl games I had, and Hamtaro Ham Heartbreak. Now, this is still one of my favorite games of all time, and I have never even finished it. I can't describe the joy this game brings me when I see it and I turn it on and I start playing. I don't care how long it's been. I will fire up one of my old DS's and I'll punch it in and I'll like turn it on and I'll be like, my heart, it's so good. I love it. And I've never finished past a certain point because it's a challenging game. It's not an easy one. Essentially what you have to do is you have to get reactions from different things and then use those from different hamsters, and you have to use those reactions to complete tasks and find items that you can get to give to other hamsters to get more reactions. So you also have to like complete little mini games and like do all these challenges, and you can like take photos, and it's a very adorable game. It's so good. It's on my like list of top Game Boy games, and no one ever talks about it. People are always talking about like other bigger games, and I'm like, no. The good game is Hamtaro Ham Heartbreak. See, I didn't play Zelda until the DS, which by the way, not the point at which to start playing Zelda, because that's the Phantom Hourglass years. My first Zelda was Phantom Hourglass, which is still, in my opinion, the worst first Zelda to have. So, there are plenty of great Zelda games. Phantom Hourglass is an okay Zelda. It's an okay one. However, most people who I've spoken with have been like, that's a great Zelda, or that's an okay Zelda. It was not their first Zelda. It was not their first Zelda game by a mile. They started out with like Ocarina or Majora's or like the old SNES and NES games. They did not start out with Phantom Hourglass. None of them did. 0 of them did start out with this game. Some people, there's a selection of us. The people who started with Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, who were just like, this is shit. Now, all the people who like these games, this was not their first Zelda game. None of them. I own these games. I own all of the DS Zelda games. I bought a bunch of them on sale a couple of years back when the DS was like dying. I regret nothing about buying these games, but like the game was so bad it drove me off ever wanting to play another Zelda game. Like ever. I got it at the same time as Pokemon Diamond, which is getting a remake. I'm excited to play Pokemon, like Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl. Now, I might play Diamond in my own time and play Pearl on stream. Still thinking about it. But I'm so excited for these games. I'm stoked. I'm beyond stoked. Because they finally reached the games I cared about. And these games were rumored for like 5 years or something. So when Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were announced, and they had rumors about these games, which I'm still annoyed about, because they got spoiled for them. Because I don't care about if it's a remake getting, kind of spoiled for it. What I care about, I know Let's Go's technically a remake, but I kind of count it as something else. Because the only mechanic, the mechanic you use is, catching Pokemon. You don't really battle in the same way, except against the gym leaders and other trainers. You don't fight in the wild Pokemon. You just chuck a ball at them. So I do think it's probably the easiest entry for a lot of people from if they've played the Go games and they haven't played any of the others. It's the easiest one for them to get into the series. However, I was kind of pissed about getting spoiled for it. I'm still kind of pissed about it. People are like, oh yeah, this is ridiculous. Because I watched a lot of gaming news people, and they're just like, these games are a laughingstock. They'd never do this. I mean, what would they do? Pikachu and Eevee? Ha ha ha, these make no sense. 6 months later, they announced the games. 6 months. I was livid. I was like, they spoiled these games for us. Now, so many people didn't care, but I'm still a fan of getting surprised by companies with new games, which is why when I hear about rumors nowadays, I almost entirely avoid them. Now, if it's a franchise I don't really care about, I'll check it out. But if it's one of my to my heart. I'm so passionate about these games. I don't bother. I don't check out the rumors. I don't care. I have no interest in finding out what the spoilers are. Like, keep them away from me. Like, go away. That's essentially where my, like, mind sits when it comes to spoilers with certain games. Now, I'm excited about Diamond and Pearl. I'm not sad I got spoiled for the remakes a couple of years in advance, because I'd kind of forgotten about them by the time, like, because the spoiler wasn't, like, in the same year. Like, the rumor was talked about over a couple of years, several years ago, near the beginning of the Switch, and, like, before the Switch, on the DS, like, the 3DS, there was, like, talks about, oh, what if they do a remake? And people were like, why would they do a remake? Like, it's just a DS game, and we're on the 3DS. So, like, it was kind of like a talked about rumor, but it wasn't like a widely talked about rumor. Like, it came back around with the beginning of the Switch, but it's still been a couple years. So I kind of forgot about it, because, like, Let's Go came out, and people were like, oh, the next one then must be, like, the second generation of Pokemon, and they'll do those ones next and do a Let's Go version. I'm like, I understand it. I can see it. I believe you. So I forgot about Diamond. So I am so excited about Diamond and Pearl. Like, you know, after the, like, Blue, Ruby, Emerald, like, that trifecta, these are my favorites. They're my first DS ones. I have so much nostalgia with them. Oh, I'm just excited to replay them, because I've been wanting to replay them, and I have Platinum stuck in my DS at the moment. But I was also like, it's such a hassle to play it on the DS when I play most of my games on the Switch, and I couldn't, like, I didn't want to take my DS with me places anymore, because I kind of like leaving it at home. But yeah, I'm genuinely thrilled about them, like, doing that. Still pissed about them spoiling Let's Go. Regardless, I've pre-ordered both of them. Because it can do that. I haven't done the double pack because I'm kind of waiting for the pre-order bonuses to be announced before I make my decision about which way I'm going with, like, single or together, because who's Mayo? What? God damn it. Dude, you got a smile out of me. Well done. Smiley face, Bob. I get your joke. Just for that, you get a clap. Feel proud. I'm sure I'm peeking my mic, but I hope you enjoy this clap. The giggle you've elicited out of me. Yes! I'm not surprised. No one would see that coming. Who sees that coming? That pun. I love a good pun, so thank you. I appreciate. Yeah, you got a clap. You got a clap out of me. Mayonnaise. I'm gonna remember that one. You won't get me with that one twice. I appreciate that you think I'm wholesome. Just for that, you got a Hamtaro up in this corner, eating a bowl of noodles, as the follow alert. So, thank you. But what I was talking about was when Pokemon Sword and Shield came out, there was 2 pre-order bonuses. There was the one for the individual games. Why did the beach cry when the tide came in? I don't know. Well, I rated just cry not cried, so you didn't have to autocorrect yourself. So why did the beach cry when the tide came in? I have no idea. You know, but why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you tell me this? You know, every time I go near the sea now, I'm gonna look at seaweed and be like, this pun will come to my mind, and I'll think, I mean, if it makes me giggle every time I see the seed, I can live with that. But I hope you enjoyed your puns. I'm glad you've been enjoying my reactions to your puns. Ridiculous. Ridiculous human. Thank you. You have a good day too. I hope you've been enjoying spreading your puns throughout this world. 'Cause I don't see why not. I mean, you get to have some amazing reactions out of humans. So that's always an advantage. No. Where was I? When I pre-ordered Sword and Shield, the individual ones, they had these like special ones. Career-wise, jeez. I first tried streaming sometime last year, but my computer was terrible and it kept like conking out on me, so I had to wait until early this year to try again. So I kind of count my stream anniversary as like back in like March, even though I tried to stream like last year in December or November. So maybe 6 months, if you want to, like, depending on how you want to go about it. But I've been like prepping for it and planning for it for a little bit longer than that, because I thought it was something that seemed really interesting and I had kind of an interest in, and I was like, I want to give it a try. Like, what's the worst that can happen? I'm terrible at it, and I go, well, that was fun. And I ended up with, like, a fun camera and better audio for my computer. What a disaster. So, probably about 6 months-ish. So, not bad. Why do you ask? And this is the sword one. Sword. Shield. I played mostly Shield. The dual pack, it came with like a gold version of this, which was cute and all, but the dual pack version was only $10 less than the two of these individually, and I was like, $10 is what the price of a steelbook is then? Okay, cool, I'm just gonna do them separately. And so I did, so I could get 2 separate steelbooks. Because I actually have like 4 or 5 steelbooks. I have another one I think up there somewhere in one of my other games. But the ones that I like keep, I don't think there's one in the Witcher stuff. I think there's only one more up there somewhere. But, so these are my Pokemon ones that I keep protected. The only other ones I have are Super Mario 3D World, Luigi's Mansion 3, and the Skyward Sword one, which is hiding down here. Thank you. I appreciate it. So before I started streaming, I became friends with a lot of streamers. Like, I got involved in their community because COVID, what else was I gonna do but stay online? And I was a student. Still am. And so I got to see a lot of their setups, and like I took note of stuff that I really liked in different setups. So I just started like noticing everything that I wanted for it, and just like, thanks. Like this one that I have around the border, it's just like a base one. I just downloaded off like Stream Elements, because you can just download a lot of these for free. So this is like a base one that it's just like a starter base one. I've got like a couple of random ones that I have, and I know it says Animal Crossing, but I've been in this for like 40 minutes. Animal Crossing is in fact open. It's on my like TV, but like see, this is me when I'm like gaming. So it's kind of the same, but it's a little different. I have a bit too much headroom, I think, with this one, but I kind of have to leave it when I'm doing the just chatting screen. This one. Because like where my camera sits with the thing, because I couldn't like widen the camera, I could only like, it was a weird expanding moment. So this is what it's kind of ended up as. But I appreciate that you think it's so clean. I'm that's a really big compliment. Because I just, like, I put a lot of work into trying to make it look as nice as possible at, like, a basic level, because I wanted it to have, like, the basics I would need for the future, so that way I wouldn't have to do too much adding of things or moving of things as things went. Yes, I know you love the steelbook. On the inside, it's got this, whatever this is. You have a keychain. I have this. So, I'm still sad that unlike some of the others, these ones, they come in like covers, and this one's just like on its own, like flop, like in the wind. I was debating like taking this one out of it and just putting the Skyward Sword one in it, because this one's just like shiny. Because this is the one for like the Mario one, and I'm like, maybe I'll just stick the Zelda one inside it, because the Zelda one's prettier. I still haven't played this game. Like, I need to. It's on my, like, back burner list of games to play, but I unfortunately felt a little too hard in Animal Crossing. To the point where, like, my decorating got a bit much. So, yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see, like, which pre-order bonus thing I end up liking more before I decide whether or not I'm going with the Diamond and Pearl separately or together. I'm still amazed that new version, the like Arceus, there's only one there's only one. The only times there's like one is when it's like kind of a sequel or like a kind of adjustment to the first one. So like Platinum and Emerald are on their own, but like you can kind of justify them because like some of the older ones in Japan, they'd had the 3 versions as the starter ones. They had green, red, and blue. So I because the Platinum is just kind of like a slight improvement on Diamond and Pearl. It's basically the same game. And then Emerald is kind of the same way with Ruby and Sapphire. They just added in some features and like a different legendary. That's it. And the like remake of Sapphire and Ruby, they incorporated the 2 of them together. So they took the stuff from Emerald that was great, and they put it with the stuff from Ruby and Sapphire and just mashed it together. So, I don't know how that worked out. So, I'm waiting for the pre-order bonuses to get released before I make up my mind about which way I'm going with it, which one I'm taking, which one, like which version, if it's gonna be the together or separately, because there's only $10 like, I think it's maybe $10 difference, or like no difference monetarily between them. It's like so small that I'm like, it doesn't matter which way I do it, it's the same exact price. The only thing that's gonna change my mind is the pre-order bonuses. That's it. Fun story. The only reason I got the Monster Hunter Rise Special Edition is because of the amiibo. Because they weren't releasing the amiibo anywhere. I couldn't find the amiibo. I now know I can buy the amiibo off the Nintendo store for Australia, because they sell the amiibo after it's come out on the store. And you can even do pre-orders there. So if there's ever a time that I can't find the amiibo because it's not being sold in the store, it's being sold on my Nintendo store, and I can just do it there. Baffled. I spent so much more than I should have on like this one and its counterpart. I spent like so much more money on them than I needed to. It was like I could have cut the amount of price in half that I would have to spend. It hurts. This is a lesson well learned. When I look at this thing, I see the lesson. Monster Hunter did this to me. I'm never gonna own all the Monster Hunter amiibo. I've had to swallow that kind of pill. Because there's like, I did the math and there's only 38 amiibo I'm missing in total. And like most of them are Smash. A section of them are Smash, and then we've got the Monster Hunter ones. And I'm like, completely baffled. Regardless, I'm gonna show you in Animal Crossing what I'm talking about with what I'm gonna decorate. So here's me. This isn't me, this is Watson. So So I'm a crazy person, and I made 8 houses because you can. You can have 8 accounts in Animal Crossing. So I made 8 houses because I'm a nutcase. So I have myself, my boyfriend, who's here in chat somewhere. Then I've got Emma and Elizabeth, George and Darcy, Sherlock and Watson. They're great. I love them. I originally only had 6, so I didn't have Sherlock and Watson, but I added Sherlock and Watson after I decided to add some lore to my island of like villagers going missing. So I added them in once the villagers I started going missing, because I was like, you know what, we should have some lore. I wonder if I clicked this it'd send me into where I'm thinking of. I'll know in a second. Possibly gonna send me to where I was thinking of. Nope, sent me to the other one. So this is the latest room I decorated for Sherlock. I was like, I could have done this on stream, and I could have a recording of what I did. Instead, I did this. So I had a bunch of pagodas left over, and I love the pagodas. It is essentially my favorite item that's like from Gulliver. Gulliver items, they're trash. Most of them are trash. Like absolute trash. I never know what to do with them. I don't really have a purpose for them. I still haven't gotten a second Stonehenge. I have 1 on my whole island, and I'm like, I want another Stonehenge, but I keep getting like random things I don't need, like katana swords, and I'm just essentially gonna have to go to like a treasure island and find a Stonehenge that way, because that's essentially my last hope for finding a Stonehenge. Like some kind of greater piece that I have to find is that the only way I'm getting one is that way. So this is the room I decorated, and yeah, it's got a little like zipper wobbler toy in the corner because I essentially got one for every character. So what I thought would be fun would be to randomly place them around the island just to remind people of the horror that was Easter. Because let's face it, the Easter event in 2020, that was awful. Absolutely awful. Anywho, because I don't know many people, a lot of people came in again with Animal Crossing in like December-ish. I originally started Animal Crossing on release, and a couple of weeks, like, it was nearly near the beginning of when it came out, because Easter was right around that time. They had the Easter event and the Cherry Blossom event. Now, there was a bug they discovered partway through the event, in that once you got the achievement for 300 balloons popped, balloons just stopped showing up. And they set the Easter values for the Easter event so high. Like every 2 seconds you'd see another balloon. And they're just filled with Easter DIYs. I covered a section of my island in Easter DIYs. Like, not the items. I didn't craft them. I had a chunk of my island was just eggs, and another chunk was just the DIYs from these balloons. It was awful. It was so bad, and we were trying to get the cherry blossom ones, and you could only get them from balloons as well. So you had to hunt them down and pop balloons. It was a fiasco. Like, people stopped getting balloons, people had all the bunny balloons. Partway through the Easter event, they kind of slowed down the quantity of balloons you got and items. So you got less balloons, you got less eggs. Oh boy, so bad. And plus this year the 2 events were separate, so it was like a calming moment for everyone where they had some time with the cherry blossoms that didn't have Easter. Which was so great because everyone despised Easter. So this is kind of where it ended up. I have all these pagodas, and there's a little wobbly thing in the corner. So I did this the other day. I did this like a couple hours ago, actually. Is it a couple hours? No, it was yesterday. I did this yesterday when I was like relaxing after work, and I was like, let's do some decorating. And I only thought that I was gonna put down the pagodas. I didn't think I was gonna get the right carpeting or wallpaper. I certainly didn't think I had enough materials to make everything. But I remembered I had these pipes. So here we are. Pipe. Yay. I might have to just walk to where I'm tending. Okay, so I'm next to her house. So I made this lore for my island. And I incorporated in Emma's house to this situation. I don't know if you can, like, hear the game a lot or not. But, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna crank that up a little bit. So, I don't know how loud my, like, the game is. But this is the main room that I made with Spooky. And her basement, which you can only get into via warp pipe. You can't get into her... I think that's alright. Yeah, you can't get into her room any other way. So, the, like, wallpaper over there, the, like, photos, they're villagers who've just left the island. So I made graves originally for the first couple of villagers that left, the, like, first 9 or so. So there's, like, little graves throughout this, like, forest area outside this house. Different types of graves. I didn't do any of the western stone ones, I did the other kind. And so they're just littered all through for the villagers who left. And then after that I did this, like... No, not what I meant. Those photos, like back there. Those ones. Those are the villagers left. There's only been like 3. So there's Leonardo, Pate, Weber, and then the 3 OG. Like, the 3 NPCs that are there all the time. So I made that as like a step in the right direction. But essentially, like what I was like, I'd like decorated Sherlock's side room, and I was like, oh cool, more decorating to do. And then I remembered Watson's house. Watson's house and me, we have like, we're having a moment. Let me know if the like game sounds too loud or quiet, if you think it's one way or the other. But so I like Watson's exterior, and I designed it so specially because I wanted her and I wanted every house to look different and unique. So when you were walking past it, you'd be like, that's that house, I know that house. And her house looks cool on the outside. I was gonna make her house blue because I kind of made her aesthetic blue. Problem is, I made my main house blue, and I refuse to have 2 houses have the same color palette on the outside. I wish there was more exteriors in this game, and I keep hoping the next Animal Crossing update will have exteriors in it. Not as of luck. No luck as of yet. So, I'm gonna do that down a tiny bit. Because we don't need the Elgato, really. No. Kind of want to have the game music now that we're here. Anyways, so this is Watson's room now. I put a lot of this down, but I was using a different wallpaper, so I was using this wall and this flooring, and I didn't have the lights, the like street lamps. It's cute and all, but something was missing. So once I changed to this other one, I kind of got the vibe I'd been trying for with her main room. So a lot of my island is really forested. It's a really forested island, like heavily forested. And I try and have like something foresty in every single house. Like, George has his log cabin. That's a bit loud. So George has his log cabin. And Darcy, he has his attic. Emma is basically her like main room is her forest. And Liz doesn't really have anything kind of like it. I mean, she has upstairs, it's kind of like cherry blossom forest. So Watson was kind of missing out because all the other houses already had their forest element in them. Like one room that is more forest than like anything else. So I found this wallpaper. I was like, yep, this is her wall. This is what I was trying for. This was the goal. Like, albeit it still needs some like final touches to it. But I'm pretty pleased with it. Like where it's ended up so far. I do need to like craft a bunch of items that I'm not looking forward to. So, let's see. Because the alternative with these lamps was me putting out these like Halloween lamps, and I'm like, maybe during the Halloween season I'll change it out, but at the moment, these are fine. What ones did I need? I need to look up what I actually need for crafting before I start going through the menu, being like, what do I need? I know, a blah blah. Does anyone remember that from like the days of Dora the Explorer of like, what is it in my backpack? It's a map. Can you say map? Let me hear you say map. You remember that where it was just like, I rewatched some shows like that I watched as a kid, and I felt so like they need to pace it up. I don't remember them being that slow as a child. I remember being like totally invested in like, it's a blah. I do not have the same feelings as an adult. Like, I respect the show. They taught me things. I remember random words. Can't say that I'd watch them as an adult, though. Like, on a regular basis. I've watched some of them, because I speak languages. So whenever I need practice for, like, listening stuff, they're where I go. They're the reality. So yeah, I have a bunch of this one and this one just like laying around as the gravestones. What was I looking for? That one. That one. No. Like... Why did I back out? So I enjoy decorating and it's very calming. At the same time, I'm also like, I could decorate while showing people that I'm decorating, but at the same time, it's also like, although it can give you ideas for what you want to like do on your own island, it's not necessarily the most exciting thing to like view. And I've been trying to like fully figure out like where I want to go with. No, these piles, I'm not putting them in here. I've nowhere near enough room, and I also don't have maple leaves for that. Okay, it was sticks, pine cones, and acorns. So yeah, I've been trying to decorate more of these houses because Watson's just embarrasses me. So I give out my code all the time to people so that way they can like tour my island and find my hidden gnomes. So I have hidden gnomes all over my island, all over. And for whatever reason, I occasionally decide to challenge someone to find all my gnomes. No one has ever found all my gnomes. The current record is held by another streamer, and she has 13 she's found of them. She hasn't found the two hardest. No, I will not be showing you where the two hardest are located. It's not happening. They're gonna stay hidden where they are in Gnome Land. I've kind of split them across outside and inside. The inside gnomes are the easier to find ones, for the most part. I'm thinking I'm gonna make one room in Watson's and one room's in Sherlock's inaccessible from outside of the house, like from outside. And so this will force, like, it'll force me to have to, like, work a little bit harder when it comes to decorating and, like, hiding the gnomes, and then I can hide one of them maybe inside one of the secret rooms, so you have to find it. But you can see, like, these rooms, they're okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not a terrible room, but it's not great either. Like, it's not up to the standard of my other rooms. In fact, a couple of my older rooms, I'm kind of like, I could redecorate you. So I have a couple rooms in some of the houses I decorated very early on in the game. Like, very on in decorating the houses. And I'm like, I really gotta change you. You need to change. Occasionally I get asked if I think this Animal Crossing game is, like, the best Animal Crossing. It's not. Now, although I love, like, truly, I do love New Horizons, because of the decorating and the fact that you can now hide stuff externally and you can place stuff externally. So it's not like everything has to be inside and it's the only option for decorating. You can actually, like, hide stuff all over. You don't have to do these, like, project works to build outside anymore like you did in New Leaf, which, oh my god, so good. But there's just a ton of elements missing. Like the personality of the villagers, a lot of the furniture sets, a bunch of the NPCs, more customization options for the outside of your house. I'm never gonna get over that one. The fact that New Leaf, which looks janky now in comparison with this game, has so much more in terms of house customization, and that one randomizes it every day, so you have to be lucky enough to be there on the day and find it. Like, I don't care if it's, like, released via Nook points, the same way you have DIYs in the Nook machine, and you have to catch it and, like, use your Nook miles to buy that exterior. Not even a problem. I don't care about that. I'd be okay with this system. But it's not even an option. So we have, like, a small amount of customization ones, and it was a challenge to try and make all my houses look different from the outside. I'm not even sure if I fully succeeded on that, because George's exterior and Watts and Sherlock's feel very similar at times. Like their exterior feel very similar. So, this is Watson's. I'm not sure I like her house. Like, at all. I also wanted... oh yeah, I'm also gonna make some of the pots. This in clay. Make a couple of hanging things and some bamboo-y things. So, yeah, like, just generally, I do think New Horizons could be better. Like, it's not terrible. It has some great things to it, but... Pine cone. Knew it. Forgot something. Pine cones. It's still not the best game. Like, by a solid long shot. That one still remains in the hands of New Leaf. New Leaf, our king. Now I own a lot of the other Animal Crossing games, but I haven't really, like, played most of them. I've played New Leaf, I've played Wild World. I've seen footage of Amiibo Festival, I've played Happy Home Designer. And I own City Folk, but have yet to play it. It's just like a matter of like time, turning on the right system, or owning the right system. So some of the games I own, I don't actually own the system for them, so I can't really play it without emulating it up the wazoo. Something I'm not entirely sure how to do for the most part, so I haven't really bothered with that. But yeah, like, it's just the way it crumbles. A lot of my decisions when it comes to games end up coming down to like, what is their pre-order bonuses? Do I think this game is gonna be good on launch? Because I've been burned by a couple games, like in the past couple of years. Don't even get me started on Super Mario Party. That game wasn't terrible, but it also like, they full-blown lied to us. They're like, there was rumors of DLC. There was rumors that they were gonna do more for the game. They did not. They just like abandoned it because it didn't do very well. I mean, I can get like cutting and running, but what I can't understand is them thinking like, hey, it's only been like 2 years. You've probably forgotten all about like this game, because it wasn't terrible and didn't make half the community upset. But, okay. Yeah, like, it just full-blown made people upset, like, as a game. Hey, it's your boy Amani. That's a pretty cool name. I like that emo. Where'd you get that? Suron Pika Cup. Nice. Cute emotes. Yeah, like, I just don't understand why they thought people would be okay with only having 5 boards. Okay, cool. Amani or Amani. Nice name. You can call me Rocks. Or Socks. Or Rock Socks. But most people go with Rocks. Some people go with Roxas because of Kingdom Hearts. Incidentally, had never seen the games before making the name. Like, couple of years. Was it a couple of years? No, it was like 6 months ago. Why am I saying a couple of years? I was watching someone like play Kingdom Hearts, and I found out who Roxas was, and people were like, oh my god, you named it after Roxas, you must be a Kingdom Hearts fan. And I was like, no, I named it this because X's is what cool kids use when they use their name. What do you mean, oof, bad name? You talking about me? My name? Triforce? Kingdom Hearts? Why is that a bad name? Or do you mean bad game? Because I didn't name myself after anything with Kingdom Hearts. It's just a coincidence. Maybe I will. Why do you think, like, I understand that you have to, like, play all the games to understand any of the story. Oh, hey. Yeah, what were you streaming? Out of curiosity? And yeah, like, it's all good. I do the same thing in my spare time. I love checking out other people who are, like, 0 to, like, 5, like, people, and just, like, saying hey, because you meet some, like, cool new people that way, because you're, like, having a cool chat. Like, I enjoy going into, like, larger chats when I just want to, like, lurk, or say hey to people I know and stuff, but when I'm like just surfing in the middle of the night, most of the time I end up in people that are like 0 to maybe 10. Rogue Company and Paladins. Oh yeah, you like Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I recently bought the game. It's down here somewhere. Yep, here it is. Dead by Daylight. Recently bought it. Have yet to play it. It's either going to go well or badly. Because I don't really watch horror games. Well, like horror movies. And I don't really play a lot of like horror things. Oh, on PS4? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know Rogue Company. I know Rogue Company isn't on Switch. I'm pretty sure. So I got my PlayStation 4 over there. I'm surrounded by my PS4 games at the moment. I kind of like went a tiny bit nuts during the mid-year sale because there's all these games that I was like interested in, and they were like half price, and I was like, what happened? And they were all pre-owned, and yeah, my best friend loves horror stuff too. She's a huge horror fan. I'll occasionally watch something, but I also then have like repeated nightmares for like 6 months. Oh, I don't have to play the new No, I don't. I'm not playing the new Evil Dead game. No, it's not happening. That sounds like a terrible idea. Absolutely dreadful. Oh, you're sure my boyfriend would love it? You say, as my boyfriend? Yes, I am sure you'd love it. Fruit Loop? Yeah. You go ahead, you pretend you're a single man who isn't my boyfriend. Now, yep, yeah, okay, I can see the future. Oh look, there it is. It's almost like I predicted it. I see in my future my boyfriend being a Fruit Loop. Oh look, ta-da. Saw it. Gotcha. So yeah, I'm sure you'd love it. You'd be like, oh look, she's playing this game and she's horrified. Tee-hee. Oh, you're just coincidentally Patrick. Okay. Fine, Triforce. You wanna play the game? Alright. Patrick. Cool. Hello. How was work today, Patrick? Did you get a lot of work done? Nutcase. Absolute nutcase. Making all the funny jokes. Yeah, I know you're a sick boy, but you know who wasn't sick? Patrick. Yeah, because you and I both know where you took that name from. One of my co-workers. Yeah, I'm sure they can be. Unfortunately for you, the person who you're taking the name from happened to not be sick at work today. Krusty Krab. So you're Patrick Star, is what you're telling me? I don't know what to make of these incredible lies that you're just like pulling out of nowhere. You don't work at the Krusty Krab. It's not possible. That's too green. I'm not looking for a tree bounty. Okay, so what were you sick from at the Krusty Krab? Was it the food? Is this where you tell me that you had some of the special secret ingredient and it made you sick? Oh, thanks. Oh, there's a place near you called the Krusty Krab. Oh, my bad. How silly of me to think that you're working at the Krusty Krab. You need higher service experience maybe for that one. Okay. Do I need more hanging terrariums? Ugh, I need more hanging terrariums. You had the ick? What kind of ick? Can you describe it for me in 10 words or less? Because I'd love to hear about it, but you know, I want the like Yelp version of this. You know? Green goop. Well, I mean, if you're the Patrick that you're talking about, then you know, I'm sure that you're like living under a rock. Yeah. You have Pokemon Sword, but you don't have Animal Crossing. And you like Pokemon? Yeah, like I'd recently so Pokemon Unite. I've now downloaded it. It's right here. Here it is. But I haven't played it yet. I've seen a little bit of footage of it. And I remember when they did the ad for it inside like the Pokemon Direct, I think. Animal Crossing is kind of special in the fact like a lot of people just burned through all the achievements super quickly. However, my passion with the game is more like design and decorating. And they took out elements of the game that I used to love, that I used to obsess over. Like they don't have the mini games from the island, the NPCs, the dialogue's a little more nice. But overall, the game is really fun. No, I haven't played Knockout City. What's it about? But I do recommend that if you like casual, calming games, it is still pretty fun. Like, if you get like maybe 200 hours out, like 100 or 200 hours out of it, like you've gotten your purchase, which is what, like, the amount of time it pretty much takes to knock out most of the achievements, essentially. And by achievements, I mean these Nook Mile ones. You can probably do them in a couple of 100 hours, depending on how much you play and how often. But most of the time, a lot of people who get the most out of this seem to be the casual ones who like burn through it slowly. So it's kind of like a process. But no, I haven't played Knockout City at all. I think it's like Dodgeball. Is that the one that like... I don't know if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's a game that came out recently and it kind of looks like Extreme Dodgeball and like... it's kind of like a big map or like layout place. And they dodge balls and you have to take out the other team. Hey, Angel. Yeah, that's alright. Go ahead and lurk away. I always appreciate a lurker. So I don't know if, like, that's the one I'm thinking about, like that game. Or if it's, like, a different one that I'm, like, thinking of. Because I've seen a couple of reviews, I think, of a game that's kind of Dodgeball-esque. But I wouldn't describe it as, like the way you think about Dodgeball. If that makes any sense at all. It's kind of like Splatoon is to shooter games that this game is to dodgeball. And like it's fun, it's like in a group, it's cute, but it doesn't have like the intense violence. So it's kind of like, although dodgeball isn't what I would call a heavily violent game, unless you like smack people in the face, which is against the rules. But I'm sure it happens. I'm sure many a pair of glasses has been broken by dodgeball. I need 2 of these. So, the last time I played dodgeball was like in high school. My PE class, we voted on whether or not to do synchronized swimming or dodgeball. Because we had 4 trimesters in the year, and so the first one we did tennis, which was boring. We had tennis the previous year, but our school like demanded we do tennis. Second one we had to do swimming, which everyone despised because it was always around the time of picture day, so we always ended up looking like trash for picture day. So half of my class didn't even bother bringing their swimming suits for that day. They were like, we're all having problems, like don't ask us about them, we're just not swimming today. So that went about as effectively as one would expect. I think the third one, then we decided to do dodgeball, because we'd also done a little bit of like self-defense class. I remember some basics of that class, but I don't remember most of it. I'm sure like somewhere in my brain would kick in if I needed it to, or at least I hope. So we did some self-defense, which was really fun. And then the final one, we were like asked if we wanted to do more dodgeball, if we wanted to go swimming in the pool, because it was only like half of the weeks that we would normally have for the 4th trimester. So we voted for dodgeball. And at the end of the year, like near the end, because we were seniors, so why not do what we want? The PE teachers, because we all had PE in the same period, did a big dodgeball tournament amongst all of our classes. My class won, so we got the good icy poles, and everyone else had to live with the terrible icy poles, and that was because we had the advantage of more practice. Not to mention half of my class was the very sporty people, and we also had the two sports captains for like all the sports. Like the overall sports captains, as well as a bunch of the other like minor sports captains. They were all there. So we had what you would call an advantage. Like a minor advantage when it came to dodgeball. But I'm actually, like, I'll have a look and see if that's the one I'm like thinking it is. If it's Knockout City. Because a YouTuber I watched did like recently a video of like free or cheap games, and then they also did one that was like recent releases that people missed, and so I think I might have seen it in one of those ones, just like unintentionally, and I like didn't catch it, like I like missed it or whatever, because most of the time I have that stuff on in the background. So I'm not fully paying attention when I'm listening to those things, but I'm like mostly paying attention. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I really need to check why, like, those emotes don't work when they're in the chat. Or at least in mine. I don't know if they're working like yours. Nope, definitely aren't. I'm gonna have to check into that. I'm gonna make note of that. But, thanks for the follow. My pockets are too full. Time to customize. Because a bunch of these are the wrong colors. So, because the green is just too bright, so I'm thinking like mostly these two. So I'm gonna make, I made 9, so I'm gonna make 4 of them yellow, and then the other 5 red. Oh, that's really cute. That email you got there. Oh no. So, yeah. Oh, nice. So do you mostly stream, Rogue Company then, and you said you also did Paladins that you'd been streaming? Is that something you do most of the time? You do those kind of like, I think those are shooters? I know that Rogue Company, I think, is like a FPS game. Yeah. Like, do you have a favorite? Like, one you, over all the others, like, if you ever went back to one, that's the one you'd go back to and root one or replay all over again? Because I know a lot of them can be, from what I understand of it, it's kind of like once the new one comes out, people, like, forget about the old one. But Rogue Company is your favorite game? Like, over all of the games, that one's your favorite. Why is it your favorite? Like, out of curiosity? Like, what makes it stand out from the others? Because I obviously know nothing about Rogue Company or, like, those kinds of games, but I'm kind of curious, like, what you think draws you to it most of all of them. If you have something, that is. Like, if you don't, then fair enough. If that's just the one you like enjoying, because you like being one of the characters. Yeah, you see you have a favorite character? You mind telling me who it is? Or just like, they're like a collective of a couple of them that happen to be your favorites. All I know is there's like, I don't think it's Rogue Company. I think it's one of the others. It's Phantom and Dahlia. Those are some cool names. I don't know what they look like, but based on those names, I can kind of appreciate why they might be your favorites. This way or this way? I'm gonna go with that one. Like, I don't know a lot about those games, but the one I hear most about is, I think it's the ones that Ubisoft does, because whenever I watch the, like, EA presentations or, like, Ubisoft Forward events or something that they're called, there's always one franchise that seems to, like, tick the Tom Clancy ones, I think, and then there was, like, Ghost Recon. Those ones in the past couple of years kind of ticked people off. Like, I don't know about overall, but at least in general, from what I've seen and heard. Okay, so you prefer being, like, the support person and the person hidden at the back. You don't like being, like, up in the action up close? I was kind of that way with, like, League of Legends. I typically preferred being, like, long-range attackers and, like, the support for the, like, close-up contact people. I mean, you didn't get as many, like, kills, so you're like, but you weren't really meant to get as many kills. That's fair enough. Not everyone likes League of Legends. The community can be toxic. I 100% don't, like, it can be truly terrible. I mostly these days just watch League of Legends, like, their events with the pro players. I don't play it as much. Can be? Yeah, so it mostly is toxic. Like, the ARAMs, if you do what I do, and you mostly play ARAMs for, like, occasional fun and, like, goofing around and testing out new people, like the new roster, it's fine. Most people are pretty calm. It's not too bad, because most people are, like, just playing for, like, random fun and to get some points. You don't get as many points as with the leagued games, but, to each their own. But if you're playing the laned ones, or, like, the, like, 2v2 or the, like, more intense ranked fights, so much toxicity can be found there. Yeah, Fortnite's another one. With Fortnite and League, there is something I appreciate about these games, though. The amount of content they release for them, I understand that it's all, like, paid content, but they're both free games. And so they release, with the free games, they release a bunch of content, new skins, new material, new events. They release new content at a fairly steady rate, keeping the game going. And they're really good about it. So I appreciate that part of their games. Albeit I don't like playing Fortnite, I'm shit at it. Never plan to play it again. Played it once. But I can appreciate, like, how much they put out for people. In comparison, a lot of EA games, they are not free, and they have the same level of monetization involved with a lot of stuff as these other games. But in comparison, League of Legends' loot box system isn't as bad. So they've got loot boxes, and you can buy them and buy keys, but you can also get a box by playing in a game with a really good player, either in ARAMs or land. And you can do it once per day. So you can get these like loot box things, or like it's the free way to do it, or you can just buy the skin you want when it comes on sale at a discount. And you can get all of the characters with points by playing the game. It's technically possible to get most of the content for free if you're willing to put in the time. In comparison, EA games do not have the same thing for it. So, I don't have the same level of, like, caring about those games. I mean, that's fair enough. Not every, like... I don't know a lot about Apex Legends, but... I mean, if you like playing it, even if you suck, then... it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's with me with ARAMs. I'm not what you would call a great League of Legends player. By any kind of stretch of the imagination. I am, however, someone who enjoys playing for fun. So, yeah. Okay. Red one's bamboo. That. Yeah. I can appreciate, like, BR games in Apex when I release Player 3 game. Yeah. I mean, fair enough. If you're not... if you got all you wanted to out of the game, may as well delete it at that point. So yeah. Oh yeah, your birthday's coming up in the fall? So are you gonna have like this kind of decorations all around when you're celebrating your birthday? My birthday's technically in the fall in like the US and Northern Hemisphere, so I count myself as like a fall child. However, here where I live, it's like spring when it comes around, so I'm like, oh goody, springtime. Yeah, do I like that more? I kinda do. I kinda like that more. It makes it look a little more realistic. Oh, nice. So you're like 5 days before me. I'm September 21st, so... I'm also a September child. So, by the time... we don't really have spring down here. We kind of get spring and like the flowers appear and certain trees will like bloom with flowers. But at the same time, the season doesn't really feel much different, because in August is typically when we get a lot of our heavy winds, so it's still kind of cold. And last year it was still cold all the way into early September, and our autumn is basically just like stuff falls off the trees, kinda, but not all the trees, because some of the trees seem to retain some of their leaves all the way up until like November for some weird reason. I don't know where this cough is coming from. I think it's just the cold weather, but could just be like dry throat. You really like your flamingos, don't you? Just using all the flamingos around the place. But yeah, so I've decorated this room now. I don't know if I have a picture of what this room started out as. Nope. So, this is where it is now. I'm pretty happy with, like, how the room's turned out, all things considered. Like, I got the vibe of, like, street market, but it's like fairy market. Oh, nice. Like, they're your friends' emotes? Well, I clicked on the emote and I sent it a follow, so I'll get a notification next time they're live. That's what I do, and that's how I get most of the, like, people I follow, is, like, I'll see their emotes in chat, and I click on it because when I think it's cute, and I'm like, follow, and that's how, I end up with the people I follow most of the time. I still can't decide about this anniversary cake, but for the time being, the cake's fine. But yeah, so this market started out as more like London market, and I was thinking of, like, London. So 1K, I mean, it's cute. I can understand why, like, you'd hide that behind it. You know, kind of like a reward for giving over that to the person. So, like, it's cute. I like it. I think one of my favorite, like, ones that I have that's, like, mine for giving forward a certain amount is this one. It's from a friend, and it's just like, here's a booty. So that's like my favorite, like, 1K one. Just like cat booty with like a hula hoop. Great person. She's like been playing a bunch of Zelda, I think, at the moment. She really plays it, like, when it comes out. She, like, eventually gets there. So she just finished, I think I watched her play a bit of Majora's recently. Anywho, I wanted to make this, like, into a marketplace, and I was having a lot of trouble with it because I am terrible with, like, city market, like, city anything. So essentially what I did was I decided to make this forest the same way I've made the whole island a forest. And ta-da! Because someone was touring my island and they said that my island reminded them a lot of, like, fairy core and, like, forested fairy core, which, by the way, I don't like the word using core, but I'm not going to stop anyone else from using it. Like, to each their own. You have your cores, I'll have my forested island theme. To each their own. So I did something similar to this in Emma's house, in that I used the street lamps with, like, no lighting and one of these forested walls to create just, like, natural darkness. This all the time. And so I was, like, sampling out this. I had to spare one of these maple leaf walls, and I was like, oh boy, is that special. Plus the, like, pumpkin I put here. I love this pumpkin. I was like, I want it to look normal as, like, a horse and carriage. but it just doesn't look normal at all on this island. So here we are. I still haven't decided if I'm keeping this item here or if I'm changing it out with someone else, but apart from that, I've got the horse and carriage, my little stalls, and my fairy market. I might switch out this one for like a hyacinth lamp, but oh my god, I love that like slowpoke one they've got. That one's really cute. If we're gonna, yeah, no worries. Like, I think one of my like favorite people because of their emotes is definitely Micah. She's on my follow shelf for streamers, but I love her. She's so nice. She's one of the people who like, she streams during the day in her world, but it's nighttime in mine. So Watson's house was just making me sad because everyone else's houses were so cute, and you come into their main room and be like, oh my god, wow, and the main room wasn't bad, like it was kind of cute, but it was also like, I wasn't excited about the room at all. And yeah, no worries. I'm like, happy to. So I've made this as the back room. I've kind of done it where it like, it's got a symmetry so it like matches itself with the four corners going there. Where are the other cabinets? Blue and red. I'm gonna put blue over there and red over here. So I still need to put in more chairs to this room, but I hadn't really come up to some kind of creative decision with this room. Whatever I was doing with it, it wasn't really working. So here we are. Put that. I don't want to put a mom's cake. I don't really want to put a mom's cake. The problem with Watson is, unlike a lot of the other people I have, like on my island, a lot of the other houses, Watson's storage, she basically doesn't have anything in her storage. Whereas in comparison, like my other villagers, they have too many things in their storage. Their storage is just like exploding with items. And then here's Watson, la-di-da, with basically nothing. And so I'm gonna have to go through their storage, I think, come into these rooms and be like, what can I give Watson? What do I want from your storage into Watson's house? Because her house makes me sad. I understand that I built up their houses over a long period of time, so like I shouldn't feel too bad, because like I've had a while to develop what their houses are now. Still makes me a little sad. We'll do these two for the time being. I'll do Reese. I'll have you. Cake. And icy poles. So. Yeah. I like it better than I like what it was before. So. Yeah. Watson and me have a special, because I had so many ideas when I made her character of like the kind of like vibe I wanted her house to have. But I haven't been able to pull off anything that, like, I imagined, and I forgot about some of the ideas, and I forgot, for an instance, how many rooms there are in a house. So, it's resulted in whatever this hodgepodge is. Although I did want to make one of her rooms filled with, like, imperial furniture. Because the imperial furniture just, like, has such a strong vibe. I actually mix it a lot with, like, the cute furniture, if it's the blue and red ones. Because those are really cute. Now this room... Okay, I've got to change this song, because it's driving me nuts. Every time someone comes through here and they're like, oh my god, it's bubblegum, I'm like, please no. We need to find a song for this room, because I just can't. Nope. Yeah, no worries. Like, thanks for, like, saying that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've never really had to babysit. I was asked once to be, like, a babysitter for my neighbors and their kids, but my mom turned them down for me. She was like, she can't handle children. You should ask someone else to care for your children. And I'm like, I'm kind of sad because it would have been good money. At the same time, I would have been responsible for the lives of 2 young infants. Which kind of mildly terrifies me on some greater level, because I was like, it's a different thing if it's like your own kids, or like kids you know for a long period of time, or if it's like your neighbors and like just like chucked to leave alone with your children. I've only dealt with slightly older children that are like 6 and up, and they're a little less high maintenance. Like, there's nothing wrong with looking after little kids, but yeah, that's really cute. I remember watching this, like, TV show, and the parent was really paranoid because their kid, like, took so much longer to walk than all the other kids. And I'm like, it's not a race. I'm sure there's some, like, reason why people are like, they need to be walking sooner, but I'm like, as long as they're, like, going at it at their own pace at whatever point they get to, like, who cares? I'm sure that, like, the legs have no effect, like, I don't know. It's just, I found it amused that these parents were just, like, freaking out about it, and, like, halfway through the episode, the kid was, like, walking and, like, sprinting for it. I'm like, the moment they start walking is the moment they start sprinting away from you in a car park into oncoming traffic. Like, that's the next step. Why would you want to increase lower the time that is gonna happen between? But I'm like, that's really cute that like your niece is walking now, so that's cool. That makes them probably like, I'm gonna guess, like 16 months maybe, 12 months. I wouldn't imagine that they start walking younger than that. Yeah, so like, are you two like, oh, she's 1, so like, right window-ish. So like your 2 nieces, are they like the same age, or is like there like a gap between them, so that way they'll be like a year or 2 apart with like school? You know, so that way they're like far enough apart that like their teachers won't mix them up too much, but like close enough that they can like be friends with each other without having like a rivalry as they get older. I still saying this room isn't like bad, but it's not good either. There's gotta be better flooring for this room. Something that makes me hate it less. Maybe? I still kind of hate this room. Oh, nice. So you're like, your second niece is like a real baby. Okay, so they're close enough that like, they wouldn't be in the same grade, but, like, obviously, because the months between, but, like, they're close enough that they could probably, like, be friends. I say this as someone who's an only child and knows absolutely nothing about sibling interaction, besides the interactions my friends have with their siblings. So, that's my entire knowledge of sibling interaction. That's where it comes from. It's kind of like if, like, all of your like, your knowledge of whatever comes from manga. I had a friend who was like, I've watched every single tennis manga, like, anime episode of this, like, the Prince of Tennis, and she was like, I can master tennis because I watched him master tennis. And she, like, took her racket and she went to, like, swing at it, and she just like, the ball just, like, went past her. The next time she tried, it, like, smacked her racket and it stuck in the crevice in the racket. It was so bad. I can't. So, me talking about anything with sibling knowledge, it's essentially like that. Same level. But I'm not wrong. Like, in comparison with my other rooms, this one feels like something is missing. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna empty this room and block it off for the time being, because I'm just not a fan of whatever it is that's happening in here. Just it's a no. It's a big no. The only thing I'm leaving in here is this. Oh wow, you have 3 brothers and a sister? What was it like having, like... Are they, like, older than you or younger? Like, age-wise? And did you like having that many siblings? Da, da, da. Yeah, I think I'm gonna block off the room that way. And just make it only accessible via, like, a warp pipe. Once I've built what I want to in there. Because I currently hate the contents of that room. Oh, nice. So they, like... That must have been, like... I understand a lot of people are doing, like, smaller weddings, if they can have them at all. So that must have been really nice to have, like, you know, a close-knit family wedding. I'm sure that she would have loved to have a bunch of people there and, like, a bigger wedding, but as far as, like, weddings go, I'm sure that was really nice. So you're the second oldest? So you're, like, one of the middle kids. Like... So, all I know about is, like, from Bigger Family Dynamics comes from that movie, Cheaper by the Dozen, where, like, the middle kids seem to, like, not get as much attention. Like, the oldest one got super focused as being the oldest, and then there was, like, the babies who couldn't really seem to do any wrong because they were the youngest. Oh, nice. So, like, you have one older brother and then the rest are, like, younger than you. I always wanted, like, a sibling, but I would have been the oldest because I'm the firstborn. So I'd always wanted to have, like, a younger sibling, but that was because a bunch of shows I watched at the time, they had, like, the older sister would be, like, terrorizing her younger siblings, which, in hindsight, is a terrible reason to want them, but my friends always seemed to be able to, like, pull practical jokes on people, like minor practical jokes, like, oh no, the salt shaker lid's come off, just like minor amusements. As well as like having someone to hang out with. And that always seemed really cool to me. But at the same time, I'm also like, that's not a good reason to want to have siblings. She's due for a clothing change. So, your sister's the third, and then the younger brother. Well, that's cool. Yes. With these shoes. Does she really only have the red endpoints? Oh, nice. So there's like a bit of a gap between like the older ones and like the youngest. So they must feel at times like they're an only child, because like if the older ones have moved out, then and they've got the house all to themselves, then they probably feel a lot of the time probably like an only child, unless the older ones are around a bunch. Again, all my knowledge comes from TV. And like there was an episode of Married at First Sight, and the guy was like, there's a big gap between me and my like older siblings, and so it always felt like I was an only child, even though like, because they were out of the house before I was like really old enough to know any better. So that's where that knowledge comes from. Oh cool, yeah, I graduated like the year before you. So I graduated in the year of the dragon / the apocalypse, or what we thought would be the apocalypse. Obviously, when they said that, they were off by about 8 years. So, way to go, you guys. You're close, but not close enough. Albeit it was just like the Mayan calendar. Am I even holding? I'm not even holding a ladder, and I'm trying to go down. There's Bob. Hey, Bob. Yusha's house. I'm just gonna have to check in Town Square for these guys. Yeah, I graduated in 2012, and like when we graduated, they released like a booklet of like fun things we lived through, and none of them were particularly fun. They were like minor disasters, and like sunlight travels 19 million miles to make us warm and happy during the day. Peanut is chipper. I used to have Peanut and Patty at the same time, and something people don't know is that in Animal Crossing, each type of villager has 2 types within it, so A and B, and so the dialogue is different between them. So I've had Bob is what I think is one type of lazy, and then before him I had Weber. So their dialogue, although some of it overlaps, most of it is very different. Peanut and Pate's was almost the same all the time. So I'd be talking to Peanut, and then Pate would come over and say nearly the same thing. So he'd be like, I'm going to travel around the blah blah this many times, so you can call me Moon Squirrel. You'd walk over to Pate, they'd be like, blah 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 blah, I was Moon Duck. Almost the same thing. Like exactly the same dialogue. Yeah, when was your sister born? Like, out of curiosity. Like, you don't have to tell me if it's like private, but seeing as you're like jealous of when she was born, like, is there a particular reason why, if you don't want to tell me when? Unless that like gives it away. Peanut, move. Thanks, Peanut. I gave her this dress. Da, 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 da. I love my like 96 of August? So are you saying 1996 of August, or oh, you meant 12 of August? Why are you, like, jealous of that date? Out of curiosity? Is there a particular reason? Because I'm not really, it's not coming to mind. Why you'd be jealous of the 12th of August. You'll notice I don't pay the villagers' dialogue much attention. Because most of it I've seen it before now. Because, fun story, I'm in the past. In Animal Crossing, my date. I'm not going to show you there for anyone who's curious. No, I just gotta stand still for a minute. It's like 2020. Yeah, so the 5th of August of 2020. I'm nearly a year behind. Because I like paused the game to catch up. Didn't happen. Because I decided, you know what, I'm going to terraform and decorate. So I built my whole island instead of like moving forward in time. So I'm like, it's going to take me forever to catch up in real time. This is why I didn't pause when I played New Leaf. So because so you wanted to be born after your sister to stay the baby? Is that what you're telling me? Seriously, an imperial chest? What color is this? Because if it's just a color I don't need, I might just sell it. Okay, it's the black one. I'll keep it. So, is Fauna on my list of people she hasn't spoken to? Yes, she was. So it just leaves Sheldon and Buzz. I try and keep track of like everyone that my villagers talk to. So like someone gave me all these Mario items because obviously I'm in the past, so I can't buy any of the Mario items. Which sucks. So I'm like dependent on people like being like, I don't want Mario items. Would you help me get rid of them? And me being like, sure thing, kiddo. I'll help you get rid of this item that I think is super cool. I'll just take that right off you. Thank you so much. So I wanted to be born like like a month later than I was actually born. I wanted to be born I wanted to be born in October. So fun story, my parents were married on Anzac Day in the US. They met here on the 4th of July. My mom's got her visa approved to marry my dad on Valentine's Day. So I thought it would have been cool if I was born on Halloween. My mom says I'd have hated being born on Halloween. Like, oh no, I can't have a birthday party because all my friends are at trick-or-treating. And I'm like, people stop trick-or-treating at like 14 at the latest. So I would have been fine. Bum, bum. What did I come in here for? I don't need customization kits. I don't remember what I came in here for. Oh, wait a minute. No, or did I want to craft those? I'm gonna craft them. I think I came in here for axes. And to see if, like, there's a villager floating around in here. Because sometimes villagers will, like, hide out inside the space. For whatever reason. I can't possibly think of why. But sometimes they'll just, like, hide out here and I'll be like, oh, look, I can't find you. I'm searching out everywhere for you. And then I just find them inside the shop. And I'm like, I was just in here buying something. How did you get back here? Are you like Houdini? Okay, so catching fishies. Now I still gotta craft. I need customization kits. Don't know how many I need though. So I'm gonna craft the item and then I'll go over the customization kits. So, I don't know if anyone here also, like, watches a lot of Netflix and stuff, but I was recently watching Shadow and Bone. I binged the show. The same way I binged, like, The Witcher show when that came out, which, by the way, I'm very excited for the second season whenever that comes out. I'm beyond excited for it, actually, because I'm hoping it's just as good as the first one. Albeit, it'll completely ruin my sleeping pattern, because I'll stay up the whole night. Or, like, all the way through the day, just being like, I'm gonna watch this. And if I have work the day it comes out, God help me. I'm just gonna spend the whole day distracted being like, I want to be home watching The Witcher. Why am I here? I can just imagine the day it comes out, people being like, hey, sorry, can't come to work today. I'm sick because I want to watch The Witcher. And then, like, talk about it for hours and just do nothing else but deal with The Witcher. So, the reason I'm first crafting an item on this account and then I'm gonna customize it is because I'm trying to do the, like, crafting a certain number of furniture items thing. I could just do the easy way out and craft a bunch of, like, one random item that, like, you have to use to make another item. Like, for instance, not those. Yeah, these, like, soft block items. So you use this, you have to craft this, and you have to use it along with more softwood to craft, like, all of these. Super easy way that I maxed out, like, the achievement? Like, the crafting DIY items achievement. I wiped through that super easily that way. Did I go down here? Yeah, I did. I recently added in these blue flowers because I want to kind of give, like, the illusion of water being all through here because it's kind of like my Spirited Away bathhouse. So we've got the little thing over here, like all the tokens. I'm hiding the houses that are here on the beach because I'm not moving them. So they're like the big baths, like stuff coming out down into them. I've got these ones with, like, the mailboxes. Did I not check Darcy's mail? Seriously? After all that, I didn't check his mail. It's been so long doing his thing because I was trying to redecorate something in his house. So I love Darcy's house. This is Darcy's house. Downright one of my favorite houses that I decorated out of all of them. I am debating, like, redoing this main room because even though it's like the beach is on the inside, you know, I'm like, it's cool, but I'm like, I'm no longer in love with it the way it was before, but I'm kind of, I think, waiting. It's perfect for summer. It's a perfect summer main room for this house to have during summer. However, once I switch into one of the other seasons, I'm thinking I'm going to redo the room. So this is going to be a room that I redo for every season. Just as, like, a personal thing. My two favorite rooms are probably the two side rooms, which incidentally were my least favorite ones before I finished decorating them. I like the back room. I always kind of feel, however, a bit of a waste about. So I made this holiday room. It's got Thanksgiving, Christmas items, and didn't mean to do that. The dreidel. Dreidel, 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 blah, 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 blah. I don't remember the full song. I learned it when I was like 7 to 9 years old in the US. And it was like, dreidel, 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 blah, 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 blah. Something like that. I don't remember the lyrics. The fact that I remember anything of it, miracle. It's been like 17 years since then. Shocker. So, Dreidel. So, I really like my Christmas room and how it turned out. Or like the holiday room. I put fans in all of my rooms because as they blow back and forth, they actually move all the items within it. I didn't really bother in this room, but I did put the like shower to create like water sounds. I don't know, I put it in there. But it was only really for the benefit of like these two plants. So, the 4 plants. But the Montessori ones don't really like wave at all. So, now this room is another one I want to redecorate. It's top of my list. Because I love the dark antique furniture and I plan to keep those. I like the book items. I don't like the room. Like, it's at the point where I'm considering just blocking off this room. Because whenever I like do a tour of this place, this room, it goes like, wow, this is so cool, to like, nice. People leave the room. I'm like, yeah, that's an accurate description. It's just nice. It doesn't hit the same like high point of decorating that I want to achieve in all my other rooms. So I feel a kind of a way about it. About this room. So da da da. Bum bum bum. So I'm very proud of the fact that a lot of my rooms will have a different vibe to them. Some of them will all be forested, but none of them feel exactly the same. I have used this wallpaper and one of the other jungle wall fringe like wallpapers in like 2 or 3 houses. I'm not even gonna lie, but I used all different furniture with them. So this is my gnome bar. So I have a gnome search on this island. I think I've mentioned this before today, that I've got a gnome search. People search for my gnomes. However, no one has succeeded at finding all my gnomes. Ever. So, I made these my easy gnomes. Because if people like go through the house and they're like, oh look, oh my god, are these 3 gnomes a part of your search? I'm like, yes they are. Thank you for finding 3 of my gnomes. Because fun story, most people don't find most of the gnomes. The average is usually about 9 gnomes, and that includes these 3 gnomes. And these 3 gnomes are all together. And the other ones, if they go into all my houses, they'll find the ones that are in the houses, of which there's 7. So if you get to 9, which means you've only found 2 outside the house gnomes, dude. Now why gnomes? You ask, why hide the gnomes? Well, it's a fun hide and seek I can do, and I can just give the DA. I don't have to be there. No one has to come to my island. No one visits. This isn't a people disconnect thing. You come, you find the gnomes, you tell me which gnomes you found, or I watch you find them myself. Then, if you haven't found them, too bad, so sad, you missed out on gnomes. You did not pass go, you did not succeed at the gnome check. Well done with your gnome failure. That's essentially what that means. So, you know. Yeah. So, gnome failure. This is what the easy gnomes are. I always tell people, now some people are like, we're just gonna explore the island because we think all your gnomes are outside. Now those miraculous humans, they never finish getting anywhere with the gnomes. Some of those people find like a section of my gnomes when they're just searching for the outside gnomes. So they'll find like maybe 3 or 4 of them. Because there's currently 15 gnomes on the island. 15. I'm adding more gnomes and making it 24 gnomes. So it's 3 of each type of gnome. Now I have to go through the house and see which gnomes I have inside, because I've got a list of what type all the outside gnomes are and where they're hidden. I've got a list of where all the inside gnomes are hidden, but I don't have what their type of gnome is. And I've ordered 6 more gnomes in the mail from one of the accounts. However, I need to order the remaining gnomes. So essentially what I have to do is like dump the gnomes outside. Some of the gnomes outside, have other villagers pick them up so I can order more gnomes. Or just order more of the ones that the other villagers don't have, like, cataloged. And so I'm just ordering more of the ones that they don't have, and then I can have all the gnomes, I can hide all the gnomes. And no one needs to know about my gnome problem. So, this room is a combination of my beautiful gnomes that I love. The St. Patrick's Day drinks, the New Year's Berliners, there's like the Pie Day event and the Gloucester thing. Now half of this stuff I got through Treasure Islands, because I'm in the past. But I love the way this room turned out. It really does look like a bar. And I love my gnomes. Now I don't have any 2 of the same type of gnome near each other, so all those ones are different. But yeah, I've hidden my gnomes all over, and I'm very proud of it, and I love the gnomes. Plus, there's that like joke of like, you've been gnomed! Gnome! And someone I follow on Twitch, they have a points redeem where you can gnome them. If you redeem it enough times, a gnome will appear on the screen and stay there. Brilliant, beautiful, I love it. I am a proud user of that redeem function. And I was like, you know, just to pay tribute to the gnomes, I'm gonna make a gnome bar, and I'm gonna hide the gnomes. Now, it started out with me just hiding 8 gnomes, just around the island. Didn't matter where, I didn't really care. In the end, I finally came to a decision of, I'm going to hide more gnomes. So I bought more gnomes. Kept a minor track of the gnomes. But all in all, I didn't really pay too much attention to the gnomes, apart from making sure that I only had, like, I didn't have, like, 3 of each type, of any of the types. That there was, like, 2 of each type. So now I've hidden my gnomes. So yeah, I love my gnomes. They're great. There will be 24 gnomes. And no one will ever find them all. So Darcy's house is probably one of my favorites. But I hate his back room. It drives me bonkers. I need to change it. In comparison... Hey, Suki the Dwagon. Do you say dwagon or dragon? Out of curiosity. Like, it doesn't matter which way, but I think it's kind of cute. Dwagon. So, like, the pronunciation of it. So, hi Suki. Do you play Animal Crossing? Or do you just like watching Animal Crossing? I can understand. I mean, if you put the W in, why not pronounce it? So, here's another gnome. Hi, gnome. Let me sit. It's because of this potted plant where it's seated. It won't let me sit there. Oh yeah, fair enough. Burning out of New Horizons. I know I've seen a lot of people who like they burned out of New Horizons, but they'll like watch people like decorate and play New Horizons. They don't want to play it themselves. I'm like, fair enough. You don't have to play it to enjoy it. That's what Twitch is for, so you can watch other people play it. But yeah, I love Animal Crossing. It's an obsession. My New Leaf account had 5,000 hours by the end with it. Yeah? What's your new gaming keyboard, out of curiosity? And does it have RGB? You know, if you're into like the glowing lights that can create a beacon in the dark, the way you know your computer is not fully turned off is that you'll see the lights just pop out. A lot of the new gaming ones do have RGB. You can turn it off with a section of them. Although I never will, but you know, if you want to, fair play. You mean this one? Yeah, and it says Eevee here on the side. Eevee! I know you're just saying that to mess with me, but RGB is amazing, and I know some people turn it off because they don't like the glowing eye of Satan. You can't see this because my mouse connection here is down, but I have it all over. Yeah, like I got this at EB Games. I have another mug I got recently. You can't really see it. Let's see. Yeah, like it's adorable. So, I'm a mug collector. I have a lot of mugs. Can I pull this one? This one I just use to hold pens, but I've got like the starters here of Sword and Shield. So, stay. Really? Surprised? Like, did you expect the like RGB to be like a little dimmer? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like when I got my old camera, there was this bright light on it and I had to put like something over the top because when it turned on it was just like in my eyes and I was like, go away. Like, I understand why you're here to tell me you're on, but I don't need it to blind me at the same time. My keyboard is a Razer Black Widow version 2. So it has these 4 extra gaming keys on it. It's got RGB up the wazoo. I can do effects on my keyboard. I'm not going to show you because it's covered in dust-ish, because my cleaning habits and my keyboard are trash. But oh man, do I love RGB with stuff. Nice. Yeah, I considered at one point like buying... So, someone did a video where they did like really cutesy like Hello Kitty and like anime style keys. And they were just like extra keys that you could put in. And so I considered changing out these ones on the side that are like my extra gaming keys, because I don't use them for anything. I've never figured out how to shortcut them and like connect them with stuff. So I was just like, screw it. Maybe I could buy some like cool ones and put them on there. I still haven't, but I considered it. Like these ones and the like number pad over here, because I never use either of them. Oh yeah. So like, did you like your Black Widow one, or did you just decide to swap because it was time? Like me with my headphones. I bought new headphones because I sat on the old ones and it broke right along here, along the like the thing, and I was like, oh, it's time. Cool. Because like the inner padding was kind of going, and like when after it was super damp all the time whenever I put it on, I was like, it was time to swap my headphones. Like I knew it was coming, like the peeling of the leather. I'd had them for years. I was trying to put it off, and then I sat on them and it snapped down the middle. I was like, oh cool, today's the day I upgrade my headphones. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's not a small keyboard. It's like a hefty thing. I don't have the Elite. I had the other one, so mine's a little smaller than the Elite. It still has the macros on it though, and I chose not orange. I chose the middle switches, so mine still has the clicky noises, but it's not super loud because I love the clicky noises. The clicky noises bring me joy. The clicky noises are my life. And so I considered getting the super clicky one, but I found out that that was worse for gaming because it took longer to respond. And my family sleep nearby, and that seemed like a terrible idea. So it was a terrible idea for like the noise in this space. So I went with the one that was slightly quieter, still gave me the clicky noise, and was more responsive for gaming, plus better for typing. So I chose the middle ground one. I think it's the orange switches. I went through this phase where I was like looking up all the switch types, and so there was like brown switches, red switches, which aren't in the Black Widow at all. They're in like the cherry or some other like version of it. Regardless, I got the middle switches, and I spent months going back to JB Hi-Fi and like testing out all the keys and like poking them in and being like, can I touch it? And like poking all the keyboards and that like tester button. I lost it. I was eyeing off that keyboard for months, and finally I had caved and I went and bought it at Umart because they had better deals, and plus, and I was gonna buy it at Umart, but then I realized JB Hi-Fi price matches. So I took that and I went to JB Hi-Fi and I was like, hey, this is what Umart's selling it for. And they're like, oh, MG. And so then I got it at JB Hi-Fi. Yeah, no. Version 2 has the 5 extra, like, keys you can keybind along the side, whereas the original one does not. So that's how you can kind of tell the, like, upgrade. So I have the one that has the like extra 5 buttons, though I have yet to use them for anything. Yeah. I bought this keyboard and my mouse, which has a like 16 buttons on it, though there's like the 12 on the side. I got it for World of Warcraft because I was a big World of Warcraft fan at the time. However, I'm thinking that because I want to get more into editing a little bit with videos, I might be able to keybind these keys to use specific functions inside like editing software. So if there's something that I find that I'm doing a lot of, like cutting or whatever, I could always try and like keybind it. So we'll see how that goes when I get there. But yeah, the newer version has the macro keys. I got these like... You mean in a link? I don't know if like the link will send, but you can always like send it to me if you want. Like, you can just like whisper it to me if that helps. Yeah, you can just whisper it to me and I'll have a look at it. Because I think I know the one that you're talking about. But yeah, I'd love to see a picture. This is the only, like... I didn't even know it did that. Oh no. Oh. So essentially this room is the only ones that has Welcome Horizons music playing out of all my houses, because I decided to make this the trophy room. So this is the trophy room, and I'm going to put all the specialty ones, one of each down here. But I didn't know that when you go into other people's houses, if you make a wand item, it'll like show in your thing now. Is that new? I didn't know that would happen. Yeah. Oh my god. Did not know. Yeah, I'll have a look. Let's see. Ooh, nice. You know what? That's like a seriously nice one. Do you mind if I like put it in chat and other people can look at it, or do you like, does it just for me? Because that is one nice keyboard. So let me know if you're okay with it. Alright. Yeah, because that's one pretty, like, it's a beautiful keyboard, honestly. Especially the space bar. Like, I like how it kind of looks. It reminds me of those like maps things where you see the weather. Right? Beautiful. You gotta appreciate a glorious keyboard. One of the reasons I got my keyboard was because of this thing that isn't attached to the moment, and you like put it on and it's like for your wrists when you're typing, because I do a lot of typing. And so it was something that was important to me, that I was able to type in comfort. You don't need a new keyboard, you just want a new keyboard. Or is your keyboard died all of a sudden? Yeah, but it's like, it's gorgeous. You should be very proud of that keyboard, honestly. Now, let's see. Look! Angle! I really need to go through these. Do they delete some after a while? OMG, it deletes some after a while. That makes me sad. No. So it only keeps a certain number on here. I'm gonna have to remember that and start deleting some. So change it out for the razor and use that for my abomination? Oh, so your work keyboard died and you're gonna change... I mean, you could always claim it as like a work expensive. Yeah, they probably want the spacebar. Like, I understand. The spacebar itself is gorgeous. Pretend you didn't see that? I keep checking back there to see if someone's there. Where on earth is Sheldon and Buzz? Those two are hiding from me. My cranky old man and the chipper jock. Sheldon and Buzz, they really need to work on their whole hiding from people thing. Also, there's keycaps with RGB out the side. Look up. Ooh, nice. So, like, it's basically like Hyperplex will sell those. So if you look up the keycaps, you can basically just like buy them. Is that what you're saying, or is it like they're only compatible with that brand of keyboard? You couldn't put them on like a different key one. Incidentally, you can't remove the spacebar cap from the like my keys very easily. Sheldon, found you. Why does Sheldon always sit here? I don't get it. There's nothing here. There's just a waterfall that goes to nothing, and he just sits here and stares at it all day. Sheldon, why? I don't understand Sheldon's behavior. Sheldon concerns me. I'm concerned. Look at this face. This is the face of someone who's concerned about a squirrel. You have a membrane keyboard, so yeah, I'd say your keyboard upgrade is probably on the list then. Because, you know, you can't all have... I remember when I got mine and you were a little jealous of my fancy new keyboard, because my old keyboard crapped out. Well, it didn't crap out, it just like... I was upgrading from a laptop to a PC, and I needed a keyboard. Because I was saving up for a new computer. And so it was time to get one. So I got it and I used it because the laptop keys were like hurting my hands. And like I had to use like a thing on the front of my laptop because it was so warm when I like was on there. Okay. Yeah, fair enough that you can't like guarantee it'll work with another like brand keyboard. I'm sure that like certain companies build theirs specifically for just their keys, for like just theirs. Now, on my beach, you may notice there's a lot of mushrooms, and I'm in summer. Ignore that fact. Ignore the fact that I have a billion of these flowers. I'm trying to build a mine. Now, what do I need to make those lamps? I think I saved it. Yes, I did. 5 fragments. Okay. I need 11 fragments? Like 11? We'll take enough for 12, so that's 6. 3. That's 4. 5. 6. I didn't put any down here secretly. No. So.
Don't forget to cook your chicken nuggets.
Okay, so yeah, I mean that's fair enough then. I know I've seen some really cool keycap changes where they've changed out the ASDF and JKL, like the comma one, for like really cool ones because that's where they start. And they also, because I know with WoW and League, when you start playing, they auto set the like keys to QWER, and so you have to like reconfigure them if you want them somewhere else. So I reconfigured them to ASDF and made movement JKL comma, so I could like move with that as well in certain games instead of just like clicking and directing. So I know I changed some of my movements in certain games based on that. So I could like, I've seen people like change those keycaps so that way they like stand out as someone special, which, you know, understandable. Why? I keep forgetting I have all these pumpkins that are just laying around here for crafting purposes. I keep meaning to do something with them. Why do that? Like, 'cause when you do typing, these fingers, they start on F and J. It's where your fingers are supposed to sit on the keys when you're typing. So when you're touching H and G, you're supposed to be moving this sideways to touch the key. Whereas this would be where like your hands would sit. I mean, if that's what your brain prefers for like movement purposes and typing, like, it's fair enough. I ain't gonna stop you. That's why I changed my keys a bunch, because that was just what like registered better with my brain.
Love you.
So
Still in a tiny crappy mouth.
sorry, my mom's going off to bed, so she's talking to me and having a chat. It's her thing. But yeah, like, my brain, I did touch typing in like the 2nd grade. We did like a game program, so my brain's been hardwired since I've been typing as a kid, like 8 or 9, that's where the fingers sit. So like my brain just like registered them. So every time like when I'd start playing any game, I automatically would try and reconfigure the keys to do ASDF for like those kind of like basic actions. I know that a lot of them do QUE, like QWER, so you can use the numbers. Because my mouse has the numbers on it, I didn't need it, because I like my thumb on on this hand, like, is on the numbers. Maybe I didn't do the link thing. I don't know. I'll have to check, like, my auto mod settings. So, yay. Yeah, touch typing is like a learned skill, so like it's something that like you gotta set yourself as over time. Some people prefer just like letting their hands sit and just go wherever the wind takes them. I've seen some people like type like this. At work especially, there's a guy who just like types like this, and I'm like, it hurts. It hurts to watch you type. It hurts. Yeah, right? I've once done like Centerlink and I wrote it as C-Link and it like flagged it and I was like, why did you flag this? This is just me not wanting to type out the word Centerlink as a full word repeatedly. Yeah, so yeah, like I haven't played the original Dota, but I have like your original Dota mod for Warcraft 3, but I played a lot of World of Warcraft for like 10 years. And then I quit 2019, like end of 2019, just because the expansion wasn't very fun. I couldn't justify the purchase amount for them. There's like a list of reasons why I just couldn't handle it anymore. And like the constant, and I just didn't have the time. I was like, I don't have time for you, and I'm not putting in the time to you. So why am I paying for you? Essentially was the purpose behind that. No. Yeah, I know. I can't watch you type at all. You drive me mental. Like when I watch you type. Triforce? Or would you prefer me to call you Karibo? But watching you type drives me absolutely mental. No, I will not be calling you daddy. No. Yes, bad joke. And you know it. You've tried this before. But yeah. Some people are like, pointy fingers, and I'm like, why don't you just put your fingers flat on the keys and then just go for it? Yeah, you bonk him. Send him there. He needs a permanent vacation there. Oh boy. Yeah. I'd say Horny Prison is probably the right place, the location. I've already done this today with Watson. You know, I think he'd enjoy the gulag too much, so probably not the gulag. Somehow I feel like he'd feel too much at home. Yeah, I think you'd feel too much home in the horny gulag. Sorry, not gonna happen. Oh, you liked the bag of toe beans? Yeah, so I have some creepy lore on my island, but if you don't read the signs that I made, and you're like, oh, this is so cute, and it's like, oh, look, it's a farm. They're not using it as mulch, right? Sure they're not. They're not secretly grinding up the toes of the villagers. So I have the toe beans there because it's cute, toe beans, but it's also like, it's not creepy. No, so I kept doing like, I put out a tour thing and I was like, there's a hidden Totoro. Everyone walked right past this trail. You can see it. Obviously, there's a selection of soot sprites. Wouldn't you be like, oh, I want to go check out the soot sprites, and then you go and have a look, and then you jump, and oh look, here's a trail. Look. I'm definitely in with Atomic. Oh, come on. I love, like, toe beans are great. There was someone I followed for a while just because she had a toe beans emote. I swear, I lived for it. Oh yeah, here it is. Toe beans. Found it. So here's my hidden Totoro. No one ever finds it this way. Oh, all the toe beans. Just toe beans for days. So, Totoro. Everyone who finds it, they're doing it because they're cheating. So they'll like be all the way over here. They'll be like, oh no, I'm trapped down here because I climbed down here where I'm not supposed to. Because they come along here. And they sit down, move along the cushion. And they've climbed up here. Every single time, this is the only way people find my Totoro. The cheater's way. No one finds it, like with the Soot Sprite trail. If they find it at all. I suppose only the truly adventurous find it. Most of the people who find it, it's just because they're so desperate to find the Totoro, and I'm just like, sure, I'll help you find the Totoro that you should be able to find because it's super easy to find if you follow the Soot Sprite trail clue I gave you. Because even though there's random Soot Sprites all around the island, there's not like a cluster of Soot Sprites everywhere. So, yeah, I have a ton of flowers. You can see my twigs. No one touched my twigs. These twigs have a purpose. So, fun story, most people don't know. No, I'm not selling you anything because I wasn't paying attention. So, these twigs here, they have a purpose. Oh, you're memeing me on my placements? Come on, man. You gotta appreciate the fact that I'm a planner. Okay, I made all this area using those kind of things. Do I have the photos of it? Why am I going in there? Let me see if I can find it. I may never find this. Okay. This'll be a minute. Yeah, like I put them there as like a planner thing for like what I'm gonna be doing into the future. Of like, just in general with my island. I really take too many photos, honestly. This is just proof of my ridiculous behavior. Okay, here it is. Found it. This is the area I'm in right now. This is it. I planned it. Whole thing this way. These were originally like, they were originally like tree spots. Yeah. Isabel is ridiculous. So, there's actually rules about how many items you can have dropped on the ground. It's 14. And then the number of trees, there's like a cutoff point for trees. So what I did was I made a bunch of baby trees because she doesn't count the baby trees. So if you still want trees and you want a lot of trees, it actually gives a more natural kind of look. But if your island is like dependent on a lot of, like your theme is dependent on a lot of dropped items, you're probably never going to get there. So what you got to do is you got to pick up a bunch of the dropped items, just store them for like a day or like a couple minutes. Go talk to Isabel. Have her rate your island again. Make sure to get the watering can DIY on any of your accounts or all of them. and then dump the stuff back that you wanted back out. That's what it did. It only took a day. So this was how I planned out my island. The whole thing. It's because this was the flatness. Planned out the entire thing. This is my entrance. I couldn't trust myself to spell it in all in one word. So. You're seriously? She's telling you don't have enough, like, man-made nonsense, huh? That's just mean. She's ridiculous. But yeah, that's why I use baby trees. Not just, I also use baby trees because it kind of, like, it fits in with the aesthetic of, like, nature. Because I think nature would have, like, a bunch of, like, baby trees on it. So yeah, I use a ton of baby trees because why the hell not? But I currently last made this area. It was like this, one of the concrete paths, and so and it was boring, so I made this. Because I had to move the flowers, and I didn't want to get rid of the flowers, because I'm trying to make a mine on my right beach, and all these flowers came from that area. Because I made like a little lighthouse area, which was like red and orange and yellow. Didn't want to get rid of the flowers. Right. Her policy on like 14 dropped items is ridiculous. I have a DIY area and I had to count out and mark like the 14 items with squares and then be like, cool, hit it. Everything else can't stay here. So I'd be like, I'd pick which items I wanted to leave in the DIY area. Plus, I had to sell all of the spare DIYs, just like at a drop of a hat, and be like, I can't store them, guys. I can't give them away. I just gotta sell them. Yeah. If only that we could store the DIYs in, like, storage. I mean, we can dump a whole shark in our storage, but we can't drop a tiny recipe piece of paper. It's almost like this game's ridiculous. Honestly, absolutely ridiculous. Because I have all these DIYs, no idea what to do with them. So they're just here. Chilling. Like a villain. Essentially what I'm going to put out is like a cattle call of, hey, do you want any DIYs? This is my list of DIYs. Trusted people get first serve. Right. Okay. I played Dragon Quest Builders 2. Love the game. The crafting in that game makes this game hurt my soul. So in that game, you can just like pick the amount of whatever item you want crafted. Everything you have, you put it into chests, and you can just craft stuff from your chest. Like, you don't even need to be near your chest. Your chest can be on the whole other side of the island. But if you're at a crafting station, and you go, hey, I'm gonna craft, and you start crafting, bam! Access to all your crafting stuff. Doesn't matter where it is, doesn't matter which chest, or if it's spread across multiple chests, you can just craft. It doesn't need to be in your pockets. The crafting material doesn't need to be there. The fact that you can't just craft with stuff from your storage, that you can't craft multiples of one item, that you can't, that you can't customize from the same menu and you have to go to a separate menu. It hurts. It hurts. These parts of crafting hurt. I'm like, these elements of crafting are in every single other crafting game on the planet. Stardew Valley, Dragon Quest Builders 2. I'm pretty sure, I feel like Minecraft, you can do something similar to this, like mass crafting of some kind. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know enough about Minecraft, but I'm pretty sure there's something similar in Minecraft. Yes. Okay, so there is something in Minecraft about it. I'm not wrong about this. The fact that you have to craft individually, one at a time. And they're like, so they fixed this recently. It was something that was broken before. So for instance, no, don't fish. if you had all your pockets full with stuff you wanted to craft with, so say you were making like a wood item, and you had your items storage full with this wood item, and you were making another wood item using that wood item, if you didn't have a space separate from the items you were making, even though by making that item you'd clear out several spaces in your storage, you couldn't craft it. Couldn't. It just wasn't possible. However, I think they've fixed it, because I was recently crafting something, and it allowed me to craft the item because it took up the item that I had in my storage to allow for that space. So they fixed that bug, which I'm glad about. At the same time, I'm also still annoyed I had to individually craft 40 of this item to sell it, because early on in the game I was just using materials up because I didn't have the storage. I was just using them to craft and then selling them, and it took me forever. It took me like so much longer than it needed to craft them all and sell them. So yeah. The crafting. Yeah, but I love my island. Issues and all. So I'm gonna make 11 of these. And then I have to buy the customization kits, because I don't remember how much. Actually, I might just make the full lot of them, because I can always use the Nova Light somewhere else. But get ready for the fun that is me crafting this amount. Hey, Krolvo? Krolvo? Is it Krolvo, or is it like... Tell me if I'm wrong with the pronunciation. Depends, is it like DA or Dodo? DA's dream address, by the way. In case you were wondering. Because I'm mostly doing like dream address visiting when I visit. Because I'm not sure how like stable my internet connection is. So, let me know. I was gonna do some like random dream address visiting once I've done these lanterns and customized them all. Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, see, no, don't have one. It's mystery. I have seen people like put down like as a joke, like, lol, no. So, But yeah, if you want my other one, there's this. So, like, I used to have commands that, like, activated this kind of nonsense. But as of yet, not for the time being. And the last one I had was... See, there you go, that works. So, I'm trying to figure out why Nightblood is ignoring me. I have no idea what I did to, like, turn it off, because I turned off Nightbot at one point. For, like, whatever reason I somehow turned it off. I'm curious though if someone... Okay, so I'm curious then, like, if someone would ever get that as a dodo. Because if it's a possibility, like, that's cool. You think you saw it happen? Dude, you should have taken a picture. Sorry, I call most people dude. If you're not a dude, fair enough. It's just a general one I use because I don't know people's, like, genders when they're in chat. Okay, see, like, you saw it once from Reddit, so, like, it could have happened. So, 4 times 12. I don't know math. We're gonna use my phone for that math. $48. Brilliant. Hey, she, they. Thank you for telling me. I know, I think... Was it this or was it the other one? Yeah, that's what it is. So... There's my spiel about my pronouns. But thank you for telling me, and I'll try my best to remember them. Really. But if I call you mate or dude, it's just because I'm being gender neutral with it. But let me know if you don't like me calling you that, and I'll do my best to remember that too. So, yeah. But yeah, that's cool you think you saw it happen once. Like, even if it was on Reddit. Fair enough. I mean, the easiest way to, like, figure out how you feel about yourself is probably through your pronouns, because it's the thing that and if you want to change, like, how your appearance, like, your looks, like, hair, clothing, they're probably the easiest ones to, like, sample out how you're feeling about yourself and your identity before anything, like, medical and, like, harder to reverse. You know, if, like, it turns out that that's not how you feel. So they're by far, like, the easiest ways to go about, like, testing out and figuring yourself out. So go for it. And if anyone says anything different, they can go shove it. So, I have no idea how many of these I bought. I'm just buying as many as I can. Honestly, the rest will just go in storage. So. Okay, 35. Not quite there. But I want to make, I think, 2 of them yellow anyways. So, might be able to pull it off. I might just have to have 3 basic color ones. Crafting. The number of times I've been crafting instead of customization, it drives me absolutely bonkers. Let me see. Like, I see that you've got, like, the RGB with, like, some down the side and some through, like, the left-hand side. Okay, so the black area, so it's a star effect. I know that, like, one of the options on my keyboard is kind of like a starry one where they kind of, like, fade in and out like stars, like, all the time. And then another one is, like, a ripple effect where whenever you type it, like, ripples out. I just chose, like, ever-changing rainbow. Because I didn't need anything fancy. I just wanted something that, like, it kind of made it look cool. Green, blue, purple, pink, white. think the only ones I don't want are orange. Or do I want orange? I'm gonna try and have one of each color and then go from there. Okay. Yeah, because I noticed that there was a couple up the numbers up the top that were lit, whereas all the ones around it weren't. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure as much about, like, if each company has ones that are, like, specific to them, but it would make sense that they'd use a lot of the same, like, effects and flow patterns for their RGB, just because it's probably a little simpler, like, when it all comes down to it. I gotta be really careful with customization kits because I just don't have enough to like mess up and do it again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's blue. Yeah. Purple. Pink. On my old one, I used to have this one that were like, it faded across, kind of like constantly going through the rainbow from side to side. And then I briefly had one where it would, the ripple one, but that one wasn't as satisfying because the RGB would turn off when I wasn't typing. And it'd go haywire when I was typing. Like, I'd be typing in one place, and it'd just kind of like do this ripple there. And they like canceled each other out, the ripples. Yeah, ripple drives me bonkers. I briefly tried it, and it didn't have the satisfying effect you want from your RGB. It wasn't enough. It wasn't cool. Bro. That's kind of where I ended up with it. I'm really hoping that I can cover enough of these that I don't have like a billion yellow ones, otherwise I'll just have to go to storage. Because I've got some in storage. I want to be yellow. Green. Right? It's like your lighting doesn't know what to do with itself when you do the ripple. It's like, oh, you want to be fancy? That's nice. Did you know that we hate it? So I need to do these last two, but I don't have enough. Okay. I'll handle those two later. We'll place these for now, because I don't remember how many lights I need. Sorry if I'm a little quieter. My mom's like gone to bed, and I told her I'd end soon, because I'm being a little loud. Which is fair enough. I meant to start like an hour earlier, at like an hour earlier than I planned to do like 4 hours. The days I can do the longest is probably Thursdays. That's a tree. One lamp. Thank God it's not the orange one. Yeah. I swear, those balloons always sense where I am and they're just like, hello? Can we attend? I'm like, no, we can't. Thanks for asking. Blue. How much? Use a set where the keys light up when you press them, but they don't. Yeah, essentially just like what you're trying is like, you want to have the cool like reactive look, but you don't want like madness, which is essentially what the ripple effect does. It's essentially madness with no direction. Pop. Success. I keep popping the yellow ones because I remember ages ago, like the rumor was that the yellow ones were money. And to be fair, most of the time the yellow ones are money. But occasionally, they're not money. And I'm like, no, I wanted money. You know what, I'm gonna make this one the weeds. Weeds. People giggle at my, like, planned lighting here. They giggle all the way up to the point where they're like, that's really smart. You did great. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. I know. Thanks so much for noticing. Yeah, so many of them are like, oh look, we're doing this for gamers. And I'm just like, you didn't need to tell us. Most of the time we're the ones like that we're coming in looking for these things on our own. I mean, what does gamer mode even do? Like, realistically. What's this great, like, thing it changes? I have yet to find out. I'm gonna put one of the lamps here. I'm gonna move this bug over. So in the end, didn't matter that they all weren't customized, because I didn't need them all anyways. Excellent. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Like that makes sense. I think I remember with Razer, I think there's like a section inside one of the setup things and you can do key binding, I think, in there. So I think you can choose, like, in certain games to change some of the keys, like, to, like, alter what certain ones do, so that you don't, like, accidentally go out of the game. Because I think Razer knows at this point that most Razer keyboards are just going to gamers. They're not going anywhere else. These two lamps are left. Pipe, Imperial chest. You get to go into storage. What color are you? Oh, you're pink. No. Yeah. You're paying for the logo and the cool name. And, like, the ability to say my stuff is Razer. To be fair, I like paying for the name. But I haven't, like, put any kind of in-depth search into finding anything that's similar enough that it would do the job, but different enough that, you know, it caused some greater change in my life. Okay, we're gonna customize these two final lamps, because I want to stick them in my basement, but they need to look different. We want purple. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have Razer stickers. Ignore that noise. Yeah, I've got stickers over here, I think, of theirs. I'll find that later. Yep, I found it now. How about a fidget cube? Back when, like, they were popular. I got mine at a store for like 10 bucks. You kind of achieves the need I have for it. I'm thinking of taking it into work. I mean, they could be a little cheaper, realistically. I think that's why I usually price match with Umart, with JB Hi-Fi, which is here in Australia, because it brings it down to the price I think it should be that you should be paying for it versus what you're actually paying for it. Which is why I love the fact you can price match. Okay, we're gonna have the pipe in the room that I'm gonna leave it in. But I'm not gonna place it, I'm just gonna dump it in there. Cause it's not, I'm not ready for people to like just appear in that room. So we're just gonna dump the pipe in here. I'd have to have a look because the couple places are really specific about where they'll price match with, whereas other places are like, we don't care. Did I just put it in storage? Cool, we'll just leave that there. If anyone ends up in here, surprise! Because I'm locking back off that path. Cool. So much problems for a pipe. Pro tip, pipe in inventory, pipe in house. Do you mean like placement? Any other duplicate things I have here? So I never plan on wearing that color. Okay. Trick is to make sure you can still get everywhere. Maybe this one slightly this way. That one slightly that way. This pipe from injured and store up to house from anywhere to access storage and go back and put. Oh yeah, no, I know about that trick. They'll like placing a pipe in your house and then placing a pipe somewhere else, like in your pocket, and then dropping it to go back straight back to your house. Yeah, I know about it. Problem is, I have 10 pipes around the island. I would never end up back here. So I think I like this a bit more now. Question is, do I want to place? Mannequin. Mannequin. Oh yeah, so I got the moon dresses on a custom code I found on the internet. The name of them, if you want to look them up, because you can usually find the dress in the search just by searching up. So it's Lunar Ball, Lunar Doublet, and Moon Phase Mage. They're all from the same artist. So if you look up any of those names into like the search part for like the specific name, and they pop up, you favorite the artist, and then you can look at all their stuff. Because they made a lot of these things that I have here. Like, they did a whole section, so. And waistcoat. So the question is whether I like these more than certain other ones. Mannequin. Yeah. It'll be a minute. I gotta switch accounts to search it up because this one doesn't have online. So I gotta catch one more fish and take a picture once I've placed them all, and then I'll look it up. Yeah. Goose in a box. So, right here. Goose in a box. We've also got cows, set sprites. So I'm going to place these a second, and then I'll be switching accounts. And I can look it up for you. Like... that more. Waistcoat. Hit that one. The question is, does this look overcrowded? Get rid of these two. Yeah, I like that more. Alright. I gotta take a photo and catch a fish. Photo. One more fish, and I'll be switching accounts again, and I can look it up for you. And I'll sell these at the same time. Yeah. So. One more fish. Fishy fish. More fishy, 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 fishy. As you can see, this area here is still a work in progress. If you want the goose one, by the way, let's see. That's the goose box, by the way. The, like, code for the goose box. Move, fauna. I swear that's a dead spot every single time. I have to be moving the sign back a square. Moving the flowers forward a square. Just because it's such a dead spot. Removing the cooking stuff. Why am I straight here? I need to catch a fish. And then I can sell. Safest bet is the ocean for a fish. Bum, 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 bum. I really need to make a command for that. How did I get the golden rose? Oh, that's a fun story. So, you breed. This is like a breeding chart. If you look up online, like how to breed a gold rose, there's like a breeding chart. Essentially, what you have to do is you have to breed black roses first. So you need red roses. It's like a really complicated chart. So you have to like breed the black roses, a specific type of black rose, then you have to water them with a golden watering can. You get a higher chance if you do a certain type of black rose. If you do like a certain chart for breeding, like certain flowers, and it's best with ones that are planted from a bag. I'm trying to breed them, not ones that are like just random around your island, because you don't know what their breeding stuff is. The breeding in Animal Crossing is so complicated. In the end, the first golden rose I got was from a friend giving me some black roses and to like watch on my island, and she's like, hey, if you water them and a gold rose comes out, you can have it. I was like, excellent. So I watered those things like crazy, and guess what? A gold rose came out in the end. It was great. I've never been so pleased. Bum, 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 bum. The music's hard not to just like bop to, honestly. Did you change your name color? I swear you were a different color just before. You mean about the goose box? Searching up? You mean searching up the, like the dress for you? Because your Switch is dead? Yeah, I read it. I was just trying to get a fish first. So, I just needed to sell the fish. Because there's more dailies to do with Watson, but I'm not dealing with that right now. How did I get the gold rose? If you IRC, you make black roses with them, then water with golden can, if you recall from New Leaf. Yeah, essentially what you do is you get black roses, you water them with a golden watering can. You'll eventually get one. It's a higher rate if you have a certain genome within the black roses. There's like online charts that I followed for a huge amount of time because they were the most accurate when it came to things like that. But yeah. Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you'll be able to stream again from next week. I've followed you, so I'll know when you stream. You can't see, but like you can see the tiny bit of the island. It's just doing a loading thing. So it's saved there. Onto my main account that is the only one that has internet access. Because I'm happy to look up the codes, because honestly... I'm glad you banned everyone. Good, you should have banned Evan. After he got you, you had the problem with Twitch, you should have banned him from then. You should have been like, Suzzles. Not sorry. You should have played that song that, you know, the Demi Lovato one. It's like, I'm not sorry. Like, sorry, I'm not sorry. I'm not gonna sing it here because obviously DMCA. But you know the song, or at least you've like probably heard part of it somewhere. It's like it's a great song. I listen to it so much. I should know the lyrics off by heart, but honestly, I've like blocked them out. Oi! Oh, see, you like Africa by Pitbull? Why do I have so much money in my pockets? Okay. See, you can see this one in the corner. It has the store. Oi! That hurt. Kribo, that hurt my soul. The Triforce. I was stuck with the triangles of the Triforce with that one. Okay. Wait, would it be my favorites? Oh boy. This might be a while. Nope. We're gonna do it the shorter way, because that would take forever. The other way would have taken forever. Here it is. So it's Mia from Reverie. Okay, that makes her easier to find. Here she is. Yeah, I was just pulling it up. So, MA0190. Why am I looking over there when it's here? 454239. So yeah, that's her. She's some terrifying other ones, but you can see her outfits. Just like, she's just a wow. My personal favorite. I love this one. It's so cute, honestly. And I really liked her like Android ones that she made, but I was also like, Totoro? After everything? That hurts. That one hurt. That one hurt. No. I really should make a thing where it's just like codes. So I might make a command and go through and find all the codes I use. Just because I use so many of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I like pretend banning instead. Pretend banning is more fun in my opinion. But yeah, hopefully you like the code. You pretend banning me? I'm the streamer. You can't pretend ban me. Just for that, I'm wearing this. Can't hurt me when I'm wearing my I tried hat. Yes, I look ridiculous. You awakened this. Every time you pretend ban me, I'm gonna wear the hat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna do this for 5 whole minutes, thanks. Just for that. Just because you did that. No, I shouldn't wear more hats. My name is Rock Socks, not Rocks Hats. So obviously, I don't rock the right thing. You will not have to do it more regularly. This is not a moment. This isn't a let's see how many times we can make Rocks wear the hat. Okay? No. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to make a command for it. So you can count how many times you've disrespected me by making me wear this hat. You can't see it, but I'm hurting on the inside. It's on the inside. No worries. I'm gonna be on for maybe another 15 minutes and then go myself. But I'm glad I could help you get that code. I'm gonna go back to Watson because she's got some dailies to do. So, 5 minutes this hat, it's going off. See you later, Tsuki. You can't do it. You can't unmod him. It's not a thing. But thank you. You're giving me ideas. Maybe I'll make it something that can be redeemed in the future. 30 minutes of freedom from Karibo over here. Apparently, Ace Attorney is getting a Chronicles. Good to know. You'll learn more news every day. But, hey Tsuki, next time you come by, I'll be excited. So thanks for stopping by, and whatever you've got to go to. Yeah, I know you like Ace Attorney. I know that I have, I think the old ones, but I think the Chronicles is like a new set of games, or like remastered or something. They were announced in Japan like a while back, but they've only just started showing them off in the English news. I really need to put some flowers here. flower part. I'm thinking I'm gonna do a combination of black, purple, and blue. Because it's like bordering the section that goes down into the mine. Look. I like flowers, okay? Flowers are cool. What? Did you just answer yourself, pretending to be someone else? And yeah, it is a thought of mine because people keep making fun of my emotes. Especially the flowers one. They're like, ooh, look, flowers. So, it has in fact crossed my mind to make this an emote. It might be one of the first ones I make. Because I use these placeholders so much, and honestly, there's some renovations that I plan on doing in the future. In like the main hub area, just behind the town hall. And also my entrance. And so I'm like, the emotes are gonna make more of a comeback. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like how to make emotes, because although like artists are cool and everything, I don't want to pay like a bajillion dollars to begin with. Like the more complex ideas I have, sure, artist, but like the simpler one, no. Anywho, flowers. I need to dig some up. Okay. I need a good cross section. I might take one of the black lilies. Blue hyacinth. Purple hyacinth. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. That's a rock. Oh, you got me? Yeah, who you asking? I need to know digits. With this hat, you gotta tell me what's the 411. I need to be up in their grill. And yes, I realize I should never say any of those things again in the same sentence. Yeah, you're gonna do some painting for him? Yeah, for what? How many did I get? 7. I think I only need one more flower. I'll take 2 flowers so I can make up my mind. Yeah. Might also take a tulip. Oh, well that's nice. Well, I still can't use them yet. I have to be affiliate first. So I have to like get regular, like 3.3 streamers per, like 3 viewers per stream, and like, oh, like number of chatters or something. So it'll be a little while, which is fine, because I still have more days I gotta stream anyways. I took what you would call a mini hiatus in the middle there, which sucks. Yeah. So that's nice. Like, people stopping by and saying hey. It warms my heart. My heart is 100% warmed. From the stone cold heart it normally is. purple in here? Blue there. Dum. Yeah. I think that does a good cross section. Plant. Oh yeah, what's the important things? What? Why will I have to stream the Evil Dead game with you? Is that a rule? Why is that a rule? Also, "5 minutes is up. And I now have a line on my forehead." Okay, I appreciate that. Have you made me a mod? Yeah, well the hat's the thing. You gotta trigger the hat. And no, you can't just re-trigger the hat. Maybe I'll make it a thing. Alright, once I can have points, you can redeem me wearing a hat for 5 minutes. Alright? So you're just gonna have to wait until I can make points. And I'll have the hat as one of them. Alright? You can pick the hat. Except that hat, which will only be triggered by utter disrespect from other people. Yep. With great power does come great responsibility. Something I know you took from Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure it's Spider-Man. I'm gonna go with Spider-Man. That's my final answer. She's apparently a ninja now. Yep. But I didn't get any dreaming done. No dream address dreaming happened today. As I planned. Yes, I want to know if I'm right. Tell me. I'm pretty sure it's Spider-Man. So tell me if I'm right. Yeah, I was right. So it's in like the Spider-Man thing. Like, because I vaguely remember it from the Tobey Maguire ones, I think. Like, because Uncle Ben like picks him up. And he like says that to him. The Tobey Maguire ones are definitely my favorites. They're the ones I grew up with. Although I do like moments in the ones from... Yeah, 3 wasn't good. I do like moments in the ones that were done directly after with that British guy. And I really do like Tom, the recent like couple. Those ones are pretty good. Yeah, Tom Holland's are really good. Tobey Maguire is still my favorite, except 3. He's not, that's not a rule. I just, you know, I didn't believe that he couldn't get the girl just by being himself, because he was really pretty. To be fair, Tom Holland, he's a cutie too, but his, like, he's really quirky, so it kind of, like, cancels it out a little bit. And, like, he's so much a nerd in his actions that it kind of, like, it makes him a little less obvious. If that makes any sense to you. So. No, it's not. That's not a hard and fast rule. Okay, good. Glad you get it. Like, because I know, like, Tom Holland isn't what you would call, like, unattractive or whatever. But the way he, like, behaves. Yeah, like, he's not someone you would look at and be like, he's automatically the lead in this, like, movie or whatever. As, like, the romantic interest. He's kind of like the best friend that you end up with by the end of the movie because you realize that you loved him all along. Tom Holland is kind of that guy. Like, it adds to his charm. It makes the audience fall in love with him. But he's not, like, the quarterback. I really need to figure out why Stream Elements is, like, hating on emotes. Why are you feeling really insecure now? You don't have any reason to. Good. You know I can't tell tone sometimes through text. Of course not. You're number one. I'm trying to see if the line's like mostly gone now. Once I find Pascal, I'm probably gonna end a stream there. So I might raid, but I probably won't. I'm debating it. It depends on if someone I like is online. Like that I know. I might raid them. If there's no one I know online, I like... Yeah. I mean, I don't know the Pillarmen from JoJo's, so those kind of cancel it out. So do you mind sticking around if I decide to raid someone? You can like... You can depart after that, if you want. Ah, found Pascal. Thanks. I'm just seeing if anyone I like happens to be online. Like as a streamer, and like person. Like a human being person. Is he online? Maybe. We're gonna have a quick look. Nope, he ain't still online. Yeah, you will have to educate me on that, I guess. You know? Just spreading on the knowledge of the thing that I know nothing about. Okay, so it doesn't look like anyone I follow is really online, so... Well, like, people I follow are online, but like, someone that I would want to raid today I'm gonna have to do some more research into it and see who else like streams like directly after this normally on a Tuesday. So I might have a look around at some people for like next time. But for today, no. So, do you want to see my raid message though? It's real special. There's my raid message, in case you're wondering. Oh, you think I should go for it with that raid message? That I should still raid some? Because there's someone I know online today. That's my question. I put it in as an emote, right? But it just didn't show as one for whatever godforsaken reason. It is broken. Here, let me see for a sec. Yeah, see? It's broken. I don't know how to fix it. So hey, if you wanna help me out, figure out why my emotes from that aren't broken. You hide it. You hide the food in a tree. You tie it up in a tree. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix those emotes. Why does it make no sense for it? Explain to me. Do. Share your infinite wisdom. Yeah, but I'm entering into a stream. I've already... Why would I be telling them to follow me? Because it's what you post inside the next streamer's chat. So, you're posting it inside the next stream. You're not posting it in your own. Yeah. Believe me, it's funny, okay? Just leave out the bear part. The colon bear colon. So I'm gonna probably raid Daza in a second. Let's take it out of the water because I keep seeing the bubbles. Yeah, no worries. Let me just have a look, see. Make sure he's not ending. Okay, I'll do that in a second. I'm getting out of the water. I'm getting out of the water. No, I don't want the thingy. Where am I? Okay. We're out of the water. I'm gonna try this. You can be here and see me either fail or pass. Okie dokie. Aha! Copy it. You copy that message. And then you paste it in their chat. Do you see the timer thingy running out? Once it goes through, it gives space for the person to chat and wrap up, like me here today. So, next time I stream Animal Crossing, I'm 100% doing dream address, searches and looks. It's gonna be the main thing, because even though I'm decorating my mind still, it's still a work in progress. So, we'll get there. So we'll get there with it. It's gonna be fine. essentially. It's all gonna work out. And then I think next time I'm also gonna, like the time after that, I might play some Breath of the Wild or Skyward Sword, so come back and check it out. Let's see if my raid thing worked or not.